Alright. Welcome back to Megaman X Command Mission. I'm running a little late today, I know. A couple minutes late. Nothing major. But we going. Now, I did do a little bit off camera right before we started today. Specifically, I went and got the sub-tank parts that we lost when we got killed by that surprise boss in the Tiana camp. And I did a bit of stuff with the deployment center. And as it turns out, I believe it was the Legrano ruins I sent my guys out to. They came back with more tank parts. So we're actually only one piece away from having yet another sub-tank. So that's good news. I also picked up the Legrano key finally. I did not go in and get the stuff from in there. I walked into a side room I realized I missed in Gaudiel Lab. There wasn't much of anything of note in there. It just was a bunch of figure or tokens. I spent the money we had acquired last time. We now have all of the elemental sabers and all of the elemental busters sorted out. As well as the drill arm for Cinnamon. And I did grab the Metar Crash for Axel. Since this area is flooded with Metars, it makes sense to have it. I also grabbed some additional photon missiles and handed those out to people. I ended up killing a bunch of the fire guys that were here, so we've got some extra fire missiles. I also ended up getting this from one of the deployment zone missions I sent out. And I'm probably gonna go put that onto somebody now, because I did not realize that's what it did, because I didn't look till we got live. Other than that, I don't think we picked up anything major. I think that's just about everything. There's more of everything, like we picked up a bunch of mega this, mega that, from the various enemies I was grinding on. But again, nothing, like, crazy. But a weapon energy generator. I really should think about who I'm gonna put that on. And I should also check, because wasn't a generator needed for something in here? Forgive the cycle, I need to make sure that I'm not missing something obvious. Was double checking the audio level on that to make sure that wasn't a super loud and annoying noise. I really should put Cinnamon on the team and run around in here for a bit to get those individual blobs to show up. Because when I ran around in the entryway here for a little bit right before I went live, because I was trying to get my last couple deployment guys to come back and they didn't fucking come back, I realized that there is a thunder blob here as well, so there is one of every element in the entryway here, so I could easily get Cinnamon hit with each element to trigger the next one of these being available. But not something I'm going to worry about right now. I'm just telling all of you that that's a thing so that it's noted down for anybody who might actually use that information. I could also go buy all of these missiles, I'm pretty sure, but I just don't care about ability loss resistance. I haven't seen that be a big enough issue yet that I need to care. I still want this, because that'll allow me to use some of the really expensive erosion things, but we also need Cinnamon to reach level 20. Let's see. I thought there was something that needed the generator in here, but I might have been remembering wrong. I also need to figure out where I get another item capture. Though it may just be one of those things where I have to give up the item capture in order to use the other things. But since there's more than one, I would assume there'd have to be a way to get more than one of them. And I'm actually going to give Cinnamon the generator, because the more she can generate, the more she can heal. and I think that will make her very helpful. Especially since I can pair it with the energy field. So basically every turn she can just be passing 10 energy out to everybody that's in the team with her at the time. At no cost to herself. I think that makes sense. I don't know if that's like really a great idea, but I think it is a good enough idea. Now, last time we were in here, we got access to Basement 3, but we didn't really dig into there. So we're finally gonna go make some progress. So I think I remember running in circles in here a bunch and getting confused because I was just being stupid the other day when we were doing this. Now, word of warning, I was up incredibly late last night, so my brain might just fall out of my ass at some point, and I apologize in advance if I decide to be very stupid today. Yeah, these are the plasma globs I was talking about. They conveniently showed up immediately. And they have the same drops as the fire and ice ones. They can drop like a thunder star and thunder missiles. So ideally I would like them to do that, but you know, it'll be what it'll be on that score. If they drop it, great. If they don't, I might come back and grind it on my own time, like I was doing with some things today. Which I'd meant to do more grinding, but I got distracted on my day off doing other things, so that didn't really work out. What to do? We took it. Hey now, hear me out, will ya? I want to fix this device here, but some mining mechanoids took off with the electric components. I think the owner of this red pickaxe took it by mistake. Find him for me, would ya? Obtain key item red pickaxe. Show this to the mining mechanoids. They'll know if it's theirs. Don't worry, just give it a try. Well, since the color tends to match, I'm going to assume it's going to be a red guy that's going to want the red pickaxe. Unless maybe one of them grabbed the wrong color? Fuel's no good. Nothing emitted. Need air for bedrock. Trade X's red pickaxe with the mechanoid's white pickaxe? No, not yet. So if they call that white, that's a concern. Because that's got a bunch of green on it, too. But maybe they're all scrambled up, and that's the problem. Because that would explain why all of them were saying tool no good all over the place. They all have the wrong pickaxes. Which, if that's the case, that's gonna be a whole headache, but let's feel out the situation first before I go crazy with that idea. I did that just so I didn't trigger the counter. Because now I actually kind of need to pay attention to health a little bit, so I don't have to go back. So I may end up going back before too awful long just to get the deployment center people. Oh yeah, we picked up a big monkey machine over in the Gaudiel lab. I went and got the radar killer from the little Tiana camp area we didn't survive going into. And I think I picked up like one other deployable guy that I've already forgotten. But they've all been getting trained up and they're all doing reasonably well at this point. They all have, I think, passed level 1, and the Metar is a Hall of Famer now. Because for some reason he was just going nuts. It was great. Every mission he went on, he was the only survivor for the most part. Which is kind of suspect, but you know. At least he was getting his job done. He may or may not have been murdering his compatriots, but you know what? As long as he brings in results, I don't care. Getting a lot of energy captures. That's now 3, I think we're hauling around. Oh, there's a red guy. Do you want the red pickaxe? Detecting heat emission from new tool. Take this in exchange. Obtain key item electric components. Got it in 1. Aha! No, he had a yellow pickaxe, didn't he? Yes, so you need the yellow one. This new tool limits electricity, now functioning in standard mode. Okay, we just got a blue one. But we haven't seen a blue guy anywhere. I'm gonna hang on to this till we find a blue guy. I assume we'll probably get a bonus thing if we fix all of them. Also, when we go to act on the Lagrano Ruins key, I remember seeing in the deployment center lists something about an unearthed tunnel when I was sending people there, so there may actually be a new opening in there somewhere too.
Good card, eh?
But I didn't go check because that was right before I went live, so that's a whole thing. Go ahead and save so we have the progress we made about getting the electronic components. I'm glad that wasn't like a whole trade quest in order to get the components. Yeah, I see you found it. Thanks a lot. Now I can repair this. Here we go. Alright, it's fixed. Now I can teleport these materials. By the way, the central elevator should take you to the basement floor now. Feel free to use it if you plan on heading down. Very convenient. Almost suspiciously convenient. Wait. No, that's the same green guy with the white pickaxe. I got confused for a second, don't mind me. Because remember, tired brain is gonna get confused easily today. Okay, we can actually fight these normally. Because remember, we tried to steal the thingy they had. The Beam Wonder. And we can grind unlock limiters from these as well.
Here you go.
Go steel. Oh no. Ow.
Buster.
Yeah, I forgot, they do actually kind of sting when they get angry. It's kind of great that they get bigger and bigger when they get angry, though. It just amuses me. But if they're a regular spawn on this floor, I'm not so worried about actively trying to get the steel. Like, I'll arrange for the chance to happen a little bit, but I'm not going to be, like, sitting there like we did with the other ones. Because I could always come back off camera next time or something. There's the blue guy. And you've got the green pickaxe. Emits water as expected. I'll be taking your figure tokens. But I'm not sure about you mining the floor there, buddy, but you do you. I wonder if doing this whole pickaxe trade line here will actually get me the key to that door or something. Now all that's missing is we gotta figure out where the guy who wants the remaining pickaxe is. Because we know where the guy who wants the green one is, we just don't know where the one that wants the white pickaxe is. Oh, we got a boost power. That's always good. Is I can turn that into something if I want to. Oh no, they are mad. Missed. Didn't miss that time. That one up. Come on, Beam Wonder. Damn it. I don't even know if it's good. I just want it because it sounds cool. But you see why I was able to buy all of the elemental weapons as well, because we've been in here for a little bit, and I already have enough money that I could have bought all three of either X or Zero's weapons immediately again. Error mission confirmed in new tool, switching to normal mode. Aha! Obtained key item trade sheet. I'm assuming that's important, considering it's a key item. It's a task schedule for Gamelia Mine. It's too specialized to comprehend. Huh. Okay. Well, I assume that's going to be useful. For what, I haven't the slightest idea, but useful enough that it's probably worth saving the game, having picked that up. One of the bits I was going to grind during grind time was I was going to do the runaway 10 times thing and get that over with, but I forgot. So I still need to do that at some point. I was just double checking to make sure that the fan I just turned on wasn't getting picked up on the mic, at least not on its own. If it ends up making a lot of background noise, do let me know, and I will fix that. Because it did end up getting tilted a little bit, because I needed to move it, and I don't remember exactly what angle I had it at before. So things might get a little screwball-y. Just keep me posted on that, basically.
Here you go.
More free Berserk protection, I'll take that. Free anything I'll take, basically. Except free damage, don't want that. I know what I said, but do as I am intending, not as I'm saying. Damn you, bats. I do need to heal Marino, or move her off the line for the moment. Probably easy enough to just heal her, because we have 600% tank right now. There we go. Okay, there was nothing. Wanted to make sure there was nothing behind this guy. So I'm not sure where the guy who wants this pickaxe is. I don't think he's upstairs. So that leaves downstairs as an option as well, though. I got curious about the trade sheet, because at first I thought maybe it'd be a matter of, oh hey, this'll tell you who wanted something.
Good card, eh?
Also, I noticed this when I was grinding. I don't remember Spider having a counterattack, but he's been doing it suddenly, so that's a thing. Like, I'm not sure where that's been coming from. It seems to be happening when he dodges, but I didn't give him anything that makes him counter, so I'm confused. There was a thing about... Also, I feel like we definitely defeated more than 15 of these, but whatever, game. There was a thing down here, though. There we go. Finish off at least 3 enemies with a counterattack. I wanted to see if that counter was the last one I needed for that. Because I know Massimo's killed with a counter once, at least, and now Spider's killed with a counter. But I guess we need one more then. Are these medics? Yeah. No, they're silver metars. Okay, fantastic. We might get the beam miracle instead then. If I can get them to stick around long enough to die. These guys are actually pretty much why I was like, you know what? I should grab that anti-metar weapon. These and the gold ones. Make it more likely that we can kill them before they can run. As you can see, it makes Axel do a lot of damage to these little boys. And we've still got Marino on duty to flip them so that they're easy to hit. And he ran. Dang it. Damn it. Probably not gonna get odds like that again for getting the Beam Wonder when there's two of them at the same time. I know I'm saving a lot, but it's because I don't want to have to redo anything if I can help it. So I guess off to the elevator we go then. Was this way, I think? No. Being stupid, please hold. We'll head further down for now, and if we don't find the guy who wants this pickaxe, we can always go back to floor 2 to check. I don't think he'd be on floor 1, but he might be. That is also an option. Prizes. Build power, build speed, build armor, build shield, and build weapon energy. Those were also ingredients for things in here, though. I think, or were they boosts that I needed for these? I think some of these actually were asking for build something. I know I'm in this menu a lot right now, and just gonna have to bear with me on that one. Because my memory's just not holding. Yeah, like this one needed build speed to make light as a feather. I don't really care about the dodge percentages that much, though. That said, it is only just one build speed, and that's the most expensive thing we lose out of that, to have this. Let me see the rest of the options again, if anything else needs that right now, and then we'll commit one way or the other. Yeah, I need to build life energy for this one. I thought there was one that needed build... There's the build weapon energy one. But I would need to give up my item capture for this, so... I probably won't hold on to the build weapon energy for the purposes of this. Because I can always just get another build weapon energy somewhere. And this just needs a ton of boost speed, but it's also just guaranteed flee, which I'm not worried about. So yeah, we're good. We can go ahead and use that.
Here.
This one's not even listing requirements. These just don't exist, apparently. Okay, whatever, game. Yeah, now we have an increased dodge chance thing. Hooray? Question mark? So actually, since we're right here at the elevator to this floor, I should probably go back and fetch the deployment zone people, because we did a bunch of fights. So they should be done by now. I know it'll slow the whole process down, but they've been doing a lot of very helpful work, so it's probably a good idea that I keep them on the move.
Here you go.
Another free Mega Fire, always good.
Here you go. Next.
So we'll just quickly take care of getting back to the deployment, boys. The good news is, as soon as we warp in, we can literally do the thing, so it's fine. It does not take long. We just get in, walk over here, call deployment center, and they did all return. Okay. That's what I figured by now. Degraver's been doing a fantastic job, honestly. He's gonna be the next Hall of Famer, I think, at the rate he's leveling. Hey, Batbone's finally not level 1. And Radar Killer died. Well. Ooh. We got a good luck thing, which I'm assuming is the drop rate increase. So that's fantastic. This is why we come back and check these things. D-Shark's finally leveling some more, and he got a little more search, which is great. Hey, Sign Dropper stopped dying. Megaman Tour was there too. Okay. Oh, Metar got knocked out, but he's already Hall of Famer, so that's fine. Troll Dog went down. Big Monkey carried the team and did enough for 4 levels. Nice work, buddy. He's a relevant character now. Brion's level 8. Mantis survived. Rush Loader's level 6. Great work. Didn't find the thing I wanted you to find, but that's okay. As you can see, though, we have cleaned out a lot of the items and things from these places. Because for those that remember last time, we had, like, 4 stars of items in most of these places. Now we're down to, like, 2s and 3s. So we definitely want to send a team with decent search back into Tiana Camp. And we'll send the Radar Killer with you to get him a level. They've got a lot of move and a lot of search, so they shouldn't be gone long, and they should hopefully find everything that I want. Which I don't admittedly know what I want. Just I don't know what's in these places. Oh yeah, I didn't send the Batbone. I was thinking about sending him, but I didn't. You know, Big Monkey, you did a great job, so you're going with that team. I think I actually have enough to send teams out, like, everywhere for now. Really? You're worried about this team? This team seems pretty good considering their meters, like, maxed out everything. I think they'll be okay. Though Ulfat Factory's been the place where most of my guys have been getting their teeth kicked in, so I guess it makes sense that there'd be concerns there. Let's see what happens if I have you lead these two. Yeah, that's pretty balanced. I think that'll be fine. And they're also only going to Legrano, so they'll probably be fine. I'm very happy to see this good luck thing show up. What is... I did this the wrongest way around. Bear with me. Yep, increased his chance of acquiring items by 3%. I guess it was already sorted by parameter increasing? Sure, actually I like this layout. This works. Question is, who do I put good luck on? Because it is only 3%. That's the unfortunate thing. But the important part for me about that, specifically, is I now don't need to make it. Because this confirms for me what it is. Like, we knew what its effect was, but the fact that it checks it off on the list here makes my brain happy, so I don't need to think about making that anymore. We'll go ahead and top off at the rest bed while we're here, and then we'll head back out and actually go to floor 4. I don't know how strongly I'll keep up with the deployment center now that the item counts are really low. I don't think I need to stress about it. I'm assuming there's probably not going to be that much else for them to get that'll matter to me. I specifically just wanted to finish out what I had last sent them to do because I wasn't sure. I didn't remember what the numbers were. And you know, that's a whole thing as well, now that I think about it. The fact that we can just warp back to base at any time, just about, makes me really wonder why Spider's broken arm is such an issue. We could have just come back, had them quickly fix it, and then we could have moved on with our lives. So glad I healed for you to take it away from me immediately. You burning little pain in my butt.
Here you go.
Which that is a whole thing, but we don't need to think about that concept any further. I really do have a lot of fire missiles. Because I ended up fighting a ton of those fire guys when I was doing what grinding I did here in order to make some extra money. And it was kind of ridiculous how almost every time I fought one of those guys off camera, they dropped a fire missile, and now they're continuing to do it. Ooh, this looks important. Tank energy 100. Gain hyper. Ooh. That looks very much locked. I am a door protected by 3 guardians. No one may pass without permission. Very good. So I guess I gotta go hunt down those 3 guardians then. Well. One each of the elemental guards, huh? And there's 3 colors on the door, huh? No prize for figuring out what we're gonna have to deal with then. You've already got a fire guard on. You have no room for anything. You've got a fire guard on. Fire guard. Yeah, everybody's basically fine. I don't think I need to worry too much. I was debating actually sitting there and setting everybody up for... Okay, this is the electric guy. So if I'm at the very least gonna convert the ones that have insert guard here over to the correct guard for the one we're gonna be fighting. Everybody's weapons and such should be okay, at least on the current queued up team. I don't know how strong these things are. So I'm at the very least gonna play it safe and make sure X can do something in this fight. Actually, wait. If I'm gonna switch him every time, I may as well... I think fire is what worked against thunder? Yes. I am master of lightning. Claps of thunder shall tear you in two. Okay, now that's not fair. You're the lightning guardian. Why you got a fire friend? Something about this don't add up. Well, you know what? Joke's on you. I got a trick up my sleeve. It's called acquiring a completely different sleeve. Wait, are they... These are really just the regular enemies. They're not even, like, special ones. I prepared for nothing.
Direct hit.
So I think they're, like, maybe slightly tougher. Considering that one survived that attack. But he's dead now. I am so incredibly disappointed. I wasted my time setting up for these. It's like, we basically, like, two-shot them. Which that's something I keep forgetting, is this game's not been that hard, for the most part. I just worry because, as we discussed in the first session, this game's got a lot of influences from the Breath of Fire team. And the Breath of Fire games tend to get real nasty at some point. So I'm watching out for the shoe drop in this game, basically. It's like, okay, yeah, it's going fine. Oh god, why? Okay, that's the fire guy. The one I should have done first, considering I had the force medals for fire guard equipped, but you know, it's fine. And I'm doing this mostly as a matter of, now that I talked a lot of shit, I feel like I'm gonna get smacked for it, so, I'm protecting myself from my own nonsense. I am Master Flame. I didn't read my dialogue. Yeah, see, they've got an ice boy in the middle. Let's try Mad Nautilus, since that's one thing he can do that'll hit all of them. Yep. I didn't figure that was gonna work, but it was worth a try. For fun. You see, right there, they have the potential to be a threat. They just tend not to do the thing they need to do to actually be a threat. Which is why I don't really take them that seriously. I did not swap X's weapons. But he has weapons that'll work fine for this situation.
My turn.
Because he's got his Thunder Buster out, which will be great against this guy, and Ice Missiles, which will be great against these clowns. So it all works out. Or I forgot which Buster I swapped him to, and he actually has the Fire one, and I'm an idiot. Why am I like this? I know exactly why that happened, because I was thinking of equipping him with the Thunder one earlier, and brain mixed up and went, oh yeah, you did that, when I didn't. So I actually should swap X out of this fight. Because he's still geared for the other one. Much like Axel still has fire missiles, which I'm not going to be using in this fight at all. It might actually be worth cycling Cinnamon in here, actually. So I can save on sub-tank. But I could also go back to base if I wanted to recharge my sub-tank. Because this is close to the elevator. But X, you get out of here. You're not doing anything useful. We'll go ahead and bring her in.
Sorry, but I did warn you.
They weren't kidding when they said those were drill arms. Okay. She doesn't have hands anymore. She's got Sparkman problems now. Look, Ma, no hands. The drills also do a bunch of armor reduction, which is nice. Oh, hey, you have a virus attack. That's upsetting. But you don't do that. It's the generator, and now we'll go ahead and do her healing thing. Go ahead and heal everyone. 5 hearts. That should basically be a full heal for them, yeah. And this is why the generator's nice, because since I upped her meter 20 past the needed amount, it slowed down time for that, so she got more time to boost the hearts, I believe. It's either more time or she generates the hearts better. One of the two. Most of them tend to just adjust the timer based on energy. Yes, hiya. I am gonna have to get rid of that virus, but I'll wait till after the fight, because it doesn't do that much. I just don't want him taking constant tick damage from that after we leave the fight. Because I believe it'll do the normal poison thing of, as you walk around, it hurts. I don't want to deal with that. I mean, I could have her just top everybody off. Sure, why not? We'll just do a 100% energy one and see how well this does. Not that much more. But it is certainly convenient having her be able to heal more consistently. So I definitely think that was the right choice. It's a pity she doesn't heal the people that aren't out at the time, but, you know, that would be a lot to ask. That would be very strong. Okay, we are going to quickly flip the team around a little bit here, though. We'll put X back on the line for the next one. And just in case sub-tank usage only heals the people that are out, too, I'm going to go ahead and... Now that does do everybody. Thunderbuster. Thunder missiles are up here. I really should organize this, too. There we go. Because the ones I'll be cycling the most are the elemental ones, so putting them up at the top makes sense. Ooh. That's a new Massimo weapon. Because he's got the most life energy. So those will be consistently doing 2, almost 300, I think. His 1/10 is just 10 off of the number usually, right? I think I'm remembering that, right? So that's actually made Massimo a lot more viable in my mind. He's he's got another new attack. Like option. Do I want to keep Marino out for this upcoming fight? I suppose the important question is, does she have anything to work against those things? No. Do I have anybody else that would? Zero does have a Thunder Saber. We could put him in for this fight. It's not a fight that I really need to worry that much about, but it'll be fun. Now, the other side of the coin here is there's almost certainly going to be a Thunder guy in the middle of this group. I am Master of Water. Raging floods will swallow you. Yep, there's a Thunder guy. Okay, Axel, you worry about Thunder Boy, because you've got fire missiles. And everybody else will take care of the Iceman. Worship. I assume that would be like a berserking effect, maybe? Bang! Like, the most dangerous thing, arguably, about these guys, other than just the fact that, you know, their elemental attacks do a lot of damage, is the fact that they heal so much. Like, their self-healing is really strong. You know, let's practice some of Zero's things here. I kinda suck at them at the moment. I say as I do 5 of them without an issue. And obliterate this poor thing. There we go. I think Axel just about killed this one. Yeah. Ooh, this might actually not be ideal, though. We'll see how the damage works out, but... Okay, still 8,000. I was worried with the elemental weapons whether they were going to end up doing healing damage and making the number go weird. It looks like that's not actually a factor, so that's good. Door's open. That said, since the elevator is conveniently, like, right there, I think I will take the cheesy way out on this one and go ahead and just go back up the elevator. Once my brain stops being dumb, because I just kind of walked around in circles for a second. Bring Marino back. Is stealing. Eventually get the Beam Wonder. Got another boost power. Always nice, always nice. Boost so nice I did it twice. They're all in kill range.
Unbelievable.
Nope. Okay. We'll go ahead and just sweep them. So I don't want to deal with the increased size and power.
Hardly a fight.
Oh, it's also worth noting, I'm pretty sure I have one of those... I have an extra one of those crit chance increases, and I could give it to either Zero or Marino. I didn't end up giving it to Marino yet, because I don't want to reduce her dodge, and that's about the only way it's going to fit. And I don't even know if it'll fit with that swap, actually. This is not worth doing. Go away.
Run away, everybody!
I'd have to sit there and juggle the party a bit, because Zero wouldn't be able to hurt them. So I guess fishing for a Thunderstar wouldn't have been the worst thing, but it's fine. Since my goal was to get out and go quickly recharge everything, I wanted to not forget I was doing that. Which I know that sounds ridiculous, but I absolutely would have forgot out of my current brain condition. Which is why I'm being careful. Not to forget things. They're probably also done by now. Some of them are. Nice, he got smarter and went up into Hall of Fame status. Oh, Radar Killer. You didn't do the thing. I wouldn't consider 500 to be a lot of Zenny there. Dead. Ooh, 3 levels. Dead. You know what? We take those. Okay, so we're down to 1-star item everywhere. Except the factory now. I do wonder what the unknown signals are. Like, I'm gonna keep sending guys out just because I may as well. I don't see any reason to have them idling. This is basically just free money, you know? It's not a lot of money, like I said, but every little bit. Is there anything I want to do in town other than recharge? The answer is I don't think so. Like, I've got a ton of money. I could go buy more weapons and things, but I don't need any? And I'm not really using consumables that much. Aside from the ones I've been picking up from enemies, which I can't... Actually, no, I think I can buy the elemental damage items. So that is a valid thought. I could buy more of those to make sure I have a stock of all of them. But I've already got a decent stock of all of them just from stealing them. So I think we're fine. Bats. These die fast enough that I don't mind getting rid of them. Considering, you know, it's a one turn and done situation. The electric guys last a little while, and we are gaining experience, but not, like, so much that I feel like it's warranted for me to sit there and fight every fight in here anymore. Until we start seeing new enemies again. Which I assume, now that we'll be going into the secret lab, we'll either be fighting the boss, or we'll be fighting new enemies. I do find it very funny that I put on Metar Crash for Axel, and then we've just not been seeing Metars at all. Oh hey, we got all 3 of you. Good. This I'll actually fight, because there's a decent chance we'll actually get the other elemental weapons from RNO. Like, the fire one doesn't matter, but the other 2 matter. This could potentially be really bad, though, if they go crazy. Which they're doing. Ow, ow, ow. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna rotate Zero out in this situation. Yeah.
There we go.
She won't be able to heal immediately, though, so this wasn't the best idea. Hopefully they'll be able to survive a turn. We can also reduce its armor and hopefully allow somebody else to get rid of this stupid thing.
Here you go.
Nice. Okay, that's one less. The other reason I brought Cinnamon out was because now she can get hit by the elemental attacks and trigger those options opening for us. Also, turns out spinning the stick wildly works just fine. That's what I'm doing now, and I ended up with the same result, more or less, from when I was trying to time it with what was on screen. There we go. Problem solved. And there it went again. Now, if the Thunder guy could hit her too, that'd be great. No, not him. I know he can sound like a girl sometimes, but no, that's not the one I wanted you to hit.
Here goes everybody.
She looks very silly running with those drill arms like that. I should not have fired the fire missiles, but it's fine. He is not going to live to enjoy his boosted power. All that and all, I get's a Thunder Missile. Sad. I can also get away with using a bit of sub-tank, because there's a sub-tank charge right there. Let's get Cinnamon back off the line. You know what, Massimo, you haven't had any time on the field yet. We'll have you lead for a little while. Oh, I could have used a bigger one. Oh well. Oh, it's bus time.
So you've made it here. Not even Shadow could manage to slow you down, eh?
Pretty
I
much.
guess even with the Super Force medal that the commander gave him, he is, after all, just a maverick hunter who defected to our side.
Hey, isn't this the Rebellion Army lab?
Fools! You've fallen right into my trap! Behold! I am Incentus!
A trap?
Yes! There isn't a scrap of Supraforce metal to be found here. It was all misinformation.
Of course.
Designed to lure you Resistance cronies in.
As predicted.
You're trapped like mice in a cage. No other Reploid has the ability to warp into this structure apart from yours truly.
Incentus, you really think we're gonna lie down and surrender?
The amount of Supraforce metal I've applied makes Shadow pale in comparison. Come forth and meet your destruction.
Now here's a question, though. If we can't get out of this room, why doesn't he just warp out of here and leave us here?
Get what's coming to you. Ha ha ha!
Oh, he changes elements. Okay. He's currently ice. And he does a goofy little dance when he's in ice mode. He's currently at double thunder damage. I can steal a build weapon and life energy from him, and he drops twin ice and twin thunder. I don't know if the drop twin ice and twin thunder is all the time or if it's in this form. He's also a level 46 type boss. Which, you know, we'd expect him to be type boss. That's expected. Let's see. So he's currently got a thunder weakness, so X, come on out here and take advantage of that.
My turn.
Hit him so hard, made his head spin. I know Marino's in rough shape, but I think we'll be okay for the second. Okay, now he's in thunder form. Ooh, wow, he almost one-shot Massimo with that. That's concerning, though Massimo's elemental defenses also kind of suck. Now is a good time for X's hyper mode since it does fire damage. Yeah, enjoy that, jerk. I could also use Marino's hyper and get ready to cycle her out. But I'm gonna save hers for the moment and have her just take a second to heal herself and Massimo. I could swap them out immediately, but I'm gonna hold them in the fight for them in the moment. Yeah, that's what I figured. He's gonna switch to fire now, so I should turn X's hyper mode back off. Again, his does fire damage. Massimo, you can go ahead and do your hyper mode, because I'll probably be taking you out of this fight before too awful long. So yours won't be wasteful, really. Actually, I don't need to turn X's hyper mode off if he's gonna have cycled ready that quickly. That means on his next turn, he'll cycle back to Thunder and we can get another good hit in. I was debating whether to use her action trigger now or wait. I'll just wait a second. And he's not immune to fire right now, so I can go ahead and hit him. Go ahead and just regular attack for the moment. I want to save energy to use the action trigger on the turn I can do the most damage to him. That was a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage. I'm currently debating whether to heal or cycle Marino out. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to attack with Massimo and then cycle Marino out. We'll bring her back in a moment. For the time being, we'll bring Spider out.
Enough from you.
His heal do consistent, straight damage to begin with. Not as much charge as I would like on this, but it should do a good bit to him. Yeah, 3k since he's currently in a weakness for it. Though it didn't show the star, so maybe that doesn't have an element to it? It can be hard to tell. Okay, he'll element change again before X gets a turn, so that's perfect. Because he seems to element change every time his turn comes up. Okay, he's getting nastier. He must be hurt. This also means, though, that he'll cycle back to something like... Oh, no, he's faster than X now, so it's actually not going to line up anymore. Wow, okay. Didn't like that. Go ahead and spend your turn picking Massimo up. Because remember, I'm pretty sure we can't swap people out that don't have a turn, so we would be out the spot the entire time. There goes his armor. We're gonna go ahead and swap him out. Come on out, Cinnamon, actually. I have an idea.
There we go.
Specifically, I'm gonna have her start passing energy out for a little while here. Yeah, because he cycled into fire form. Ooh, wow. Maybe having her heal on her next turn might be the... Oh, no, he's gonna get a turn before she does. You go ahead and cycle out from Marino. That may seem silly, but the idea is I'm gonna activate her hyper mode, then use her to heal, and then go crazy from there.
Now the real
Because she'll
fun starts.
cut through the turn order. Yeah, she'll get a ton of turns. So that gives her an easy chance to get herself back in this and make sure everybody else is decent off. Okay, next we'll use her 100% charged action trigger. Why are these different? Oh, I hit it. I'm pretty sure that's straight up actually nothing. Well, that's unfortunate. I got confused by the fact that there were suddenly Grim Reapers all over it. I didn't know what those meant. So my brain locked onto that and didn't pay attention to the timing anymore. Nice. I should have had her stealing too, but I wanted to generate more energy. That's fine, you can hit Spider all day. Generator. We're not low enough that I think I need to burn all this energy on a heal, so we'll go ahead and have her pass the energy down.
On target.
Keep reducing his armor. Nice. Now she falls back out of hyper mode, but she still gets one more turn. And I could gain hyper her and have her just do it again if I really wanted to, but I'm not gonna burn that item on this fight because I think we're doing fine. He is hitting quite hard, but he's not, like, hitting a lot. I almost wish we had a way to slow him down, but I didn't bring any slowing options. Sure, we'll give her action trigger another trip. Now that I'm not thrown off as much. Though my focus is terrible today, so I can't promise I'll get anything out of this. It's also not the one I wanted. There's more options in here now, which is also messing with me.
Gotcha.
So that was a waste. You don't have enough energy for yours to matter anymore. Ooh. Good critical. I am so glad I was going to heal this turn anyway. Because, Jesus. I'm basically gonna have her heal for this phase of the fight, and then when things get just a little bit nastier, which I'm anticipating happening, I cycle her out and start using more sub-tank.
That hurt, Buster.
That mostly undoes the heal I just did, so that's upsetting. Maybe I should give the critical rate increase to Spider and he'll, like, critical every time. Because he's already getting a lot of them. you stick in for now. That's what I was hoping. I want to grab both the builds off of him, and then I'll get Marino out of there unless things get uglier. Ultra Giga Blizzard, huh? You know, no sooner did I say, if things get uglier, did things get uglier? So reboot her, and then we'll use a heal all. Full.
The Master Thief lives on.
I was really hoping she was gonna get a turn before him. We can also use Cinnamon's hyper mode.
Transform!
Sub-tank. I am still gonna do the life gain all because she doesn't have the energy to do her own heal. And he's hitting quite hard now. Like, he was already hitting hard to begin with, but he's hitting harder and harder. Okay, you can't take this anymore, so you get out of there. Oh, the only problem is Zero can't actually hurt him because he's currently holding the Thunder Saber. Axel then. Axel won't hold up that well, but he can hyper mode himself and, just like Spider, become invincible. So we'll just go straight into that idea. I debated bringing X out, since X is still in hyper mode, but we'll hold that for a little bit yet. Yeah, this fight's also over, so it doesn't matter.
How could this be?
45 turns. Not too bad. That clearly could have been faster, considering we got a very poor result there, but it's fine. We got through the fight first try, and now Axel can turn into Incentus.
You're not bad, but you still have no chance.
Phase 2, I presume. Or is he gonna set this place to blow? He's gonna set this place to blow.
This place is set to blow in 5 minutes.
He turned it from suck to blow.
The door won't open so easily, fools. 4 minutes left. Looks like it's time to make my exit. Farewell. No! What do you think you're doing? Even the Buster can't break through that. But the explosion from 2 roids ought to at least put a dent in it.
Spider, stop!
Why, you? Sorry. This is it. I have to do this. The rest is up to you, X and Zero.
Well, that makes it complicated for me to do what I was talking about with the critical damage now, doesn't it?
Spider.
If Spider hadn't sacrificed himself, we wouldn't have made it back here.
Listen, everyone. Spider, he saved me by giving his life, even though I acted like a jerk when I said I wanted to work alone. I want to return the favor. No, I must return the favor. Please, let me join you, please.
Very well. If we all join together, we can defeat the Rebellion Army. For Spider.
That explains a lot of things mechanically, though. Because if you think about it, Spider had a fair bit of redundancy mechanically with a bunch of other people in the party. His hyper mode and Axel's was the same, for example. And the layout of party members on that menu also seemed uneven. So I had a feeling we were going to lose somebody again somewhere along the line. And Spider was the most likely candidate, either through betrayal, wandering off to do his own thing, or dying. I think there probably was a smarter way to have solved that problem they were in. Like, I was honestly partially expecting Spider to have grabbed onto Incentus and warped
It's no
away.
good.
The interference has gotten worse. I can't make a connection at all.
Too bad. Just when we need to report to Redups about the Supraforce metal.
And just as we're approaching the final showdown with the Rebellion Army.
Can't we figure out some way to stop their interference?
I have determined the jammer's location. But it's...
In the Onovan Desert.
The Onovan Desert is a death trap.
Of course it is.
It's covered in the most treacherous quicksand you'll ever see. Once it gets you, you'll never get out. That blasted Rebellion Army, quite a place to build a facility.
We can't afford to send you in there.
We have to go, whatever the danger.
Yeah, every mission is dangerous when you're looking to take down the army.
Yeah.
Right?
You know, as if the other places we've gone haven't all been death traps too, really. The latest one literally being a trap, which was called from the word go. Sign Dropper got immobilized. D-Shark got 2 levels. Mega Mantor gained a level. Patrol Dog is now in the Hall of Fame. Radar Killer didn't make it. Degraver also didn't make it. This really isn't working out great. There we go. Prion is also Hall of Fame. Batbone gained a level. Monkey was there too. Damaged. Made it through. Gained levels. But now we have another place to go. And we can go get a key. Fantastic. What happens if I just send Hall of Famer search team? Well, they've got good results for the most part, so I'm sure it'll be fine. Do I care enough to send out deployments everywhere else? Not particularly. I think I'll send a group to Olfat Mine, and that'll be the extent of what I send out now. And we'll send a good team. What do you mean you're worried about them? I don't understand her reactions sometimes. How about this way around? Do you like this better? Nope, still worried about them. I think they've got higher morale bonuses, though, with the Metar. So we'll go ahead and send them in that order. Like, we got, like, 1 star left in most of these places, and I just don't think it's worth sitting there and going through all the inputs to send people to those places at this point. All it would be doing is grinding experience, and I don't think they're even gaining that much from those places anymore. But let's go have a conversation with the rest of the team now that that whole thing's unfolded. Well, whoever on the team we can find. Spider, how could this happen? After he took the damage, I tried to check to see if it could be repaired, but he got angry, telling me not to mess with him. He is a stubborn one, that Spider. Well, was. Spider, I thought he'd get better any day. He'd be just like new again. I can't believe this. It was my job to heal his wounds. Well, you kinda can't heal a case of exploded, unfortunately. Not generally, anyway. I'm also not particularly shocked by this turn of events, because this group loves character death. You know, they're not like shoehorning it in unnecessarily, but they do not worry about killing characters off generally. Shoot, why is it that the good guys always have to die? Spider sure was cool, wasn't he? He had his quirks and a bit of a dark side, but Spider also had a good heart. Yeah, mostly. No idea where Zero's hanging out. We never did figure out where Marino is either. One of them might be up in the sky room, though I remember the last time I looked up there, nobody was there, but... It's worth checking just to be on the safe side. Anybody hanging out down here? Nope. This whole area is completely superfluous down here. Good to know. Yeah, we haven't been up to the sky room in a while, and I have picked up a lot of pictures and such, so we can go look at all of those, even if we don't find anybody to talk to up here. See that, or they're hanging out around town somewhere. Nope, nobody up here. We still didn't bother to get any figures, so there's not gonna be anything there. Oh yeah, we saw that before, the crazy gun armor. Silverhorn concept art, presumably. Some Prions and some basic Reploids and a Patrol Dog. That probably was the original design for Gentra. It's got the same energy and it's definitely the same face. There's Nana. Nana when she was still stuck in the prison. I presume that was the previous design for the guy we're working with, whose name escapes me right now. Mouse we saw before. The good Dr. Gadil. Cinnamon's designs. Ale's designs. Marino's designs. Yeesh. The dog soldiers we saw in the lab. Rabbits. Mantis. Oh, the fucking hippo with the missile launcher. I forgot all about this stupid thing. Parasite bugs, patrol dog. Mace Man. Sykes designs. Psych outside of Squid mode. Axel. Oh yeah, original Massimo. Much more like lizard-like, with the closed faceplate and the tail. The room we're in right now, or at least the room we teleported out of, rather. Various hallways and places and things. It's a little jarring having the plain in-line art sketches show up, because the white is just so bright. It's really good art, though. Not sure what that is. Might be an original design for the Sky Bus, maybe? Who knows? The building. The room. And the walkway where all the shops and such are. And we've got all these files now. And of course we have the story so far that we already are mostly up to date with. Oh, hey, we got a green scarf now. How does that look? That's not bad. I'm still partial to the red one because red, but we'll run around with the green scarf for a bit. Actually, do I have anything else to put here now? Yeah, we got a Marino poster now. All of those pictures and such are part of what we were getting from the deployment area. And I think there's some other things that I could go find as well. Oh yeah, it was R. That was his thing. I knew it'd be a long and hard fight. I was even prepared to sacrifice my own life, even though I stay here in the base and don't do anything. Losing a friend is very difficult indeed. Well, we finished an area as well, so we should go do a trip over to the shops, whether we expect our other characters to be over there or not. Because there should be a whole set of upgraded gear in there, and we're probably gonna need it. The way they're talking about the final showdown coming up, though, I presume after we deal with the jammer, we're probably going to be going to the final area. Because this game isn't super long. It was, I think, like 20 hours or so. Spider's dead? How could that be? He's one of those heroes that saved New Hope. We've lost a valuable friend. Hey, did you hear? They say Spider's dead. I was there, yes. I just heard and I can hardly believe it. How on earth could that have happened? Well, he blew up, smashing a big enemy into an explosive barrier. There you go. Spider's dead. Wait just a minute here. Does that mean that the Rebellion army was too strong for even Spider to handle? Well, sort of. They kind of cheated. There are a lot of people who are worried about the future now that Spider's gone. But it might be less of a problem than people think. As a new Maverick Hunter, Zero has joined the Resistance. That is true. I mean, Zero was basically on the team to begin with, but, he's more solidly on the team now. Yeah, there we go. We got Scope Buster Mark II. Oh yeah, that's the other thing that was kind of tipping me off that Spider wasn't going to be long for this world. Is, if you think about it, his card set went up to Ace already. Where were you going to go with a card theme for weapons from there? Like, considering it already went Jack, Queen, King, Ace, he was kind of done at that point. So that was another thing kind of giving away that there was going to be something wrong for him in the future. Noise Canceller. Excellent for fighting mechanoids. Isn't the Ichimono... Yeah, the Ichimonoji's the one we grabbed before. I'll need to see how much of a damage decrease that is, because if going up to 3 hits is probably worth it. Grab you, your Scope Buster. Like, all of these are guaranteed purchases, pretty much. This one's a little more finicky. This is only 2 hits, so I think I'll go ahead and get him the Noise Canceller, and keep him on the revolver otherwise. And we now have Twin Tomahawks. Ah, Justice Missile. We do need these, actually. There's a couple things in the Force Metal thing that needed those. And the fact that they're occasionally a finishing blow is interesting, but I'm not going to worry about that right now. Okay. So let's go change everybody's equipment. It's only a 5 power increase, but you do gain better defenses as well. That is, of course, an upgrade for you. Though, his speed is so tragic. Like, I get that he's the big beefy boy, so he's not gonna be fast, but 14 is so sad. But yeah, all of these are, for example, 2 hits, and the elemental ones are all single hit weapons. And he is going down by like 30 to gain 2 more attacks, but I think that's actually going to be worth it. You go ahead and put on the scope buster till we find out what we're dealing with. Yeah, this is about double the damage for going down to single attack, so that's honestly fine. Because it also makes her faster. Meteor Crash we're definitely going to keep on hand as well, because... or at the very least, until it gets way out of date. Because occasionally we will presumably still be fighting Meteors. So there might be cases where I put that back on. Especially since it's only a 5 power difference at the moment. But for now, we'll just put him on the noise canceller. This does kind of fly in the face of what I was starting to set him up for, though, which was multi-hit, because... well, especially now that we don't have Spider, we kind of don't have anybody else to do multi-hits specifically? Though I can always swap Zero to be focusing on multi-hit, since his weapons get multi-hit fairly frequently as well. And he has the Heat Haze to add an extra hit. I do still wonder if Heat Haze actually stacks, and that's why he had 2 before. But I think having the option of giving him like a single heavy hit or a lot of hits is valid. Though that power drop is something. Like, it is just about a third in exchange for 3 hits. So I think it balances out. But I'm not sure I'm happy with how that balances out. Especially since that is actually going to make his power charge more or less useless. So we'll experiment with having double Heat Haze and see if he can actually get 2 illusory doubles going. I'm also curious if Heat Haze makes him do twice as many hits, or if each double just adds 1 more hit. Because if he can go up to hitting 9 times, that would be hilarious. Let's see. I keep misjudging where I'm landing my stuff here. Okay, I did already give him the Eagle Eye. Because that was going to be important for him having multi-hit, is he needs to actually, you know, hit. Because if he didn't hit anything, it was going to be completely pointless. This does make an argument for raising his power instead of his speed to make his individual hits do more damage. But I think he's okay as he is right now. And unless the shops have the +5s now, we're probably still stuck on these. We still need self-repair for those, which I think is this one. I'm hearing a bunch of racket out there, so just give me 1 second to go check on that. I'm just gonna give you guys an ad in the meanwhile, because you're not gonna miss anything anyway. Gotta love how Twitch is like, hey, you should run ads. And then we can't actually run ads because we press the button and it doesn't work. Doesn't matter. Nothing to worry about out there, and I came back with a refreshed drink as a result, so everything is fine. It all worked out in the end. So, onward. I assume there's no crazy new consumables for me to purchase. Not particularly, no. And... ooh! Give me a couple of those, because those will be very useful. And this also means I don't need to manage to make that, so that is phenomenal. So I guess it mostly boils down to the force metal generator being mostly for just making extra copies of something or getting them early? Because so far, most things I would have wanted the force metal generator for, I've been able to get. Okay, so, for example, with you, I can take away the fire guard and give you -10 erosion, and now I can do a lot more with you. Because this is what starts setting us up to do some of the crazy stuff, I think. Problem is, I don't actually have that much I want to do with him right now. So, Axel's kind of a bad example. So I could give him the good luck thing now. But I don't keep him out often enough. I think I'm gonna replace his Eagle Eye with a power increase, though. I'm pretty sure I gave him Eagle Eye purely because he didn't have enough space for anything else. Let's see if he can fit that without... yeah, that was the issue then. Okay. You... I could give you a second Assassin Mind instead of your Dodge chance. But I'd have to give up the Analyzer to do that. And she would literally just be rocking 2 slots. Let's see that. Actually, do we even have a... no, I didn't make the other Assassin Mind. I'd have to go make it. We'll hold that thought for the moment. Initial weapon energy 10 does not matter that much for you. Meanwhile, your terrible erosion amount definitely has been an issue for you. So I could give you something more now. But this is the same case of... what exactly do I do with you? I could give him increased weapon energy generation to replace the 10. There's a value to that concept. Because that allows him to generate more to keep up with the usage. And there's, of course, just the idea of just giving him straight more power. Which, for the moment, I think is all I'm going to do with that. And I hit the wrong button. Part of me's like, you don't need the X-Heart that badly anymore. But it saves a turn if he ever gets knocked out. Which I'm sure when we get to the finale, he's probably going to get knocked out at least once. Because I anticipate the finale being nasty. I'm just no longer as sure about the value of having him just getting 6 more power. So X is less of a concern as far as erosion goes, so I don't really need to worry about him not having room for what I want him to have. Infinite resist would be tempting, but that's the one thing he can't fit. And remember, there is always the option that I could go crazy and give them more than they can fit, and just have fun with that idea. But I feel like that would shoot me in the foot so badly. So I'm not gonna risk that. I think I will just stack X for some extra energy. And see how that plays. Cinnamon, you have 50 speed at this point. Going down to 44 wouldn't actually be that bad. You also have tons of immunity, so I don't really need to worry about you in that regard anyway. Like, I know I experimented with having her just be an energy battery to begin with, and it wasn't working before because she didn't have the speed to keep up in fights so that she'd get more than, like, a turn at all. With basically her starting with 10 extra and gaining 10 extra a turn. And then the value from the generator. I think this almost means she'd be able to heal every turn, give or take. Like, it wouldn't be big heals every turn, but I think she'd just about be there. Let's go ahead and make the Assassin Mind.
Here.
I'm gonna try the idea of having Marino run around with 2 Assassin Minds. But this is now gonna mean I'm gonna have to figure out fitting the Analyzer on somebody else. Which is not a problem, it's just an inconvenience. But I think the 20 more critical strike percentage for her is going to be meaningful. If it doesn't work, we can always change it. Since the minus metal, I don't think is mattering for you. No, it isn't. I'll go ahead and give you back the Analyzer. Do I give somebody the drop rate increase right now, or do I just hold on to that for when I'm grinding? I also really wish I had something more meaningful to give Massimo. I feel so bad for him. DOA protection for him might actually be great. Light as a feather would be really funny. You know what? Sure. Big man's light as a feather. Every now and then he might dodge an attack and counter and it'll be great. I mean, I could just exchange 3 more attack on X for the 3% drop rate increase. That really wouldn't upset me that much at this point. Because at the scales for power we're at, I don't feel like that amount's meaningful anymore. Like, short of how I had it stacked before, I don't think it means as much. So we'll try rolling with that. If things start going horribly wrong, I can make changes to fix it. I might revisit stacking piles of power on X when we gain access to the +5s, which we for some reason still don't have access to. I also didn't see either Zero or Marino wandering around anywhere out here, so I have no idea where those 2 are. They may be, like, somewhere in the tower itself somewhere. And I'm just not that interested to go running up and down the whole tower just to talk to either of those two. As much as it would be nice to talk to them. I think we may as well just get on with getting into the Vanilla Desert. Which is not the name it just said. During the briefing. Didn't it have an O instead of a V? Doesn't matter. If you follow the direction of the cables extending from the jammers, they should lead you to the enemy facility. The closer the jammers are to the enemy facility, the higher the energy charge. Use that to narrow down the location. Good luck, everybody. So this is the device Nana was talking about. She said to follow the cables. Visibility is terrible in this sandstorm. Lose your way and you'll be finished. Proceed carefully, X. Chapter 7. Block Transmissions. Unless there's multiple bosses in a finale, I feel like we're also not as close as you'd think to the end of this anyway, because we're still missing the flying woman and I think one other one other than the one we're about to fight here. That's a jammer. Its energy level's at 10%. Okay. The wire's pointing this way, and I see a light over there, so I'm gonna go that way. So what do we got out here in the desert? We got some jammin' battle music. Analysis results for D-Rex. Level 37, type beast, ground, 100% everything, steal virus missile and chaff, and drop vaccine program and virus block. Well, you know what that means? It's your cue, Marino.
Here I go!
And yeah, as you can see, first turn she's at enough weapon energy for a heal. And since she has the generator, I think that'll mean she can consistently stay up there on that. Who do I want to put in? I don't really want to have everybody doing melee attacks, so you know what, X, you can go ahead and take your spot back in the middle. I debated putting Axel back in just to have the analyzer, but I'll save that for when we actually have a new enemy in front of us. Now that we've already analyzed this guy. Well, that's upsetting. Just kicked sand in our eyes. Which also apparently poisoned us. And I'm not going to comment on what that storm was called, particularly. Ow, ow, ow. It's also very unfortunate that Massimo in particular is the one that got virused, because I think it's looking like virus is percentage damage, and he has the most health. So that's just upsetting. He's got a long vitality gauge, too. And I did at least manage to steal the chaff, so that was the most important thing to steal from it, I think.
I did it.
Ooh, we got another vaccine program, conveniently. I think that was Cinnamon's thing leveling up. I kind of hit the button a little too quick on that one. Hey there, Crimson. So far, I'm doing alright. How about you? Fix the blind. There we go. Everybody's fine. I will go ahead and actually flip Mausimo for Axel so we can keep the analyzer up on the front. I'm glad to hear it. I know you've been having stressful times, so it's always good to hear that you're at least still doing reasonably well. Do I want to change out those thunder missiles? If I'm going to be keeping X out, it's probably a good idea. At least till we know more about what we're getting into around here. And I should just be upgrading to things like the twin missiles anyway. I will go with defaults for now. Wrong button. Yeah, as long as you're still able to keep going, that's the important part. Analysis results for Wild Dog. Level 22, type Beast, ground, 100% from everything. Okay, nothing particularly that I want from them either, but we'll go right on through them.
Here goes everybody.
That's the end of him for sure. Okay, that works reasonably well. That setup is fine. There we go.
That wasn't too bad.
This door doesn't respond at all. Thanks, I wonder if there's a device that operates it nearby. Let's have a look around. Well, let's see if there's more wires then. Yep, there's something. Giant turtle.
Everybody, let's go.
Analysis results from Megatortoise. Level 29, type Beast. 100% from everything. I can steal some smoke missiles, but we already have those. That also tells me it's probably going to try to blind the hell out of me, which is going to be upsetting. It does remind me, let's try out our new ability here. There we go. Okay, he does his Asura Fists, and does good damage. Okay. Definitely be keeping that one in mind for the future. As expected, blinded. Upsetting. Also deals out decent damage, so for the fact that this is a new area, I would have figured these things would have been hitting harder. Oh, and you have ice magic, huh? Good for you. No idea why a sand turtle can throw ice, but you know what? You do you.
I did it!
Well, at least we got the cure for X's blindness immediately, so I guess I'll take it. There we go, energy level 100%. So wait, are you telling me that I ran straight to where I needed to go immediately? And they were hyping this up like it was gonna be some crazy desert that I have to get through? But how do I open the door? Oh hey, it's the fire turtles. Same exact types too, so I don't have anything. I have the great ability to notice there was a light in the distance. Though there is a reality in which, since this is emulated, maybe ordinarily that light doesn't actually show through the sand. But I think it may have just been that simple. Ah yes, the solution to being set on fire, spinning. And I guess it is just a vertical stop, drop, and roll, so technically maybe that just... I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that one. Hey there, Xeno. How you doing? Just fighting turtles in the sand.
Direct hit. Thank you. I'm in danger.
I don't know about that one.
Next.
It was touching that, I assume, didn't open the door. Yeah, it still doesn't respond. Okay, maybe I need to follow this line somewhere then? Though I feel like following that's just going to take me back to the one I was at before. There we go.
That hurt, Buster.
Probably should heal Marino soon. Or just pull her out of the front line for the moment. Yeah, we'll just go ahead and cycle her out. Yeah, Zero, you can come on out. Because thankfully, character swapping doesn't take a turn, so I can just kind of swap freely. And I did want to see how well his new sword performed anyway. Well, that's an auspicious start for him being on the field. Giant turtle shell to the forehead. Okay, so that is exactly how his attack works with that. Fantastic.
Here we go.
I don't think you two have talked much before, have you?
I did it.
I would highly recommend and you to each other. I don't have a better way to put that sentence than exactly that. Like, there you go. I have done the thing. Yeah, no, there's nothing I need to change there. I think we're fine. So, wire's pointing this way. All good, and honestly, applications are important. Hopefully, the job hunting is not too stressful. Understandable. Let's try Mach Gentra for this, though he does fire, so this might not... Oh no, these were 100% to everything, so it's fine. Nope, didn't get rid of all of them at once. Sad. I wanted to see if I could actually do that. Yeah, to explain why I got excited when I saw that Zero's Heat Haze doubled each individual hit of his attack, that means since he has 2 of them, as long as it does stack the way I hope it will, that means he can hit 9 times on an individual attack. That's always fun. And now everyone is berserk, so I have no control over what's going to happen here. Ugh.
Hardly a fight.
Was that a timeout because the system's an issue, or...? Hopefully it's at least not that long an application. Oh, you're here too, huh? Okay.
You've come far, boys. That I, Ferrum, am here to make sure you don't make it a step further.
Then we'll just have to go through you.
Oh, you're a brave one. I like that. But...
X!
Oh, that's inconvenient. Yeah, it would make sense for it to be a security feature.
Sand already got you? Keep trying, boys. But it's no use, I'm afraid. What's wrong, kid? I thought you said you wanted to fight.
Zero! Let go! Save yourself!
Do it, Zero! Defeat her, even if you have to do it alone!
You know, ignoring the other, like, 6
Listen
party
to
members
your
we have.
pals. Forget about them and come over and see me. Come on, Zero. I know you want to beat me.
Don't worry, I'll beat you soon enough. As soon as I save them.
Zero, let go!
Shut up! I won't stand by and watch another friend go down!
Hopefully, at least it won't time you out
Well,
again.
You're no fun.
Oh, yeah.
I guess it's goodbye. This is the end.
She was definitely just toying with them, considering she could have just kicked them forward into the sand the whole time.
Zero, wake up!
We hit solid ground below the sand.
Maybe this leads to the Rebellion Army facility.
Well, this was
In any
convenient.
case, we're safe for now.
And if we're lucky, they'll assume the quicksand killed us. Hey, I didn't know you cared about your friends so much.
I already have a debt to Spider. I didn't want to owe any more.
Uh-huh.
Okay, let's do it. For Spider. Let's go!
I'm not surprised that this led into the facility, considering that door just didn't work. There had to have been another way, and lo and behold, here we are. Yeah, for context, Spider exploded trying to get us out of a unbreakable room that we were going to all die in about 20 minutes ago. So they're all still very upset about that whole situation. Yeah. Still not entirely convinced that that sacrifice was necessary, but, you know, that's how those things go. There we go. Even Berserk, he's still doing what he needs to do. I should heal. Yeah, 50% should be good enough. And conveniently, we got that tank energy back immediately. Oh, good. This is gonna be a maze, huh? Joyous day. Okay. What's this? There's some kind of switch. Press it? What could possibly go wrong? Looks like a signal was sent to something. Okay, so I gotta find 3 of these in this little maze here then. Okay. Easily done. Okay, I think those are the same Metars we had before. Metar Commander and Metar Cure. Yep, okay. So nothing to worry about there. They were in the last area. You do already have 72% energy, so go ahead and charge that. Because all of our special moves like that tie into our weapon energy, which they generate every turn, but it only is so much, depending on what I provide them with. But their two sub-weapons also use that same weapon energy, so sometimes it's a matter of picking your choices there. But it's basically an infinite resource, so I can just use it as much as I want. Just I may not have a lot of it available at any given time. And as long as I deplete that little meter they have on screen when they're getting hit, that's what lets me do that.
Hardly a fight.
None of these things have been a threat so far. That's the thing with this game, is it kind of weirdly goes back and forth between being difficult and being very easy. And it's never quite gotten super difficult yet. Like, boss fights have been the closest to feeling threatened I've been in this game. Which is more or less how it should be for the most part. Another D-Rex, huh? Okay. Go ahead and break his jaw so he can't spawn tiny things. Or he still can, because I didn't break it enough. Okay, sure. Wow, those do a lot of damage now. Okay, that's a problem. I'm gonna need you to not do that again. There we go. Now it can't do that anymore.
Flawless victory.
I have plenty of sub-tank energy at this point, so it's fine. In fact, we might have actually gotten enough parts to go up to 700%. I should check that. Now that I think about it. I'll explain that whole system when we get there.
Here we go. I did it.
And we got a virus block, which would be helpful. Sub-tank. Nope, we are still missing one piece. Basically, each of these sub-tanks can hold 100 energy, and that's what lets me do all of my healing. There are not necessarily like healing items or healing spells in this game. It all ties to this sub-tank for healing. The only other healing option I really have is Cinnamon over there in the back line has an action trigger to heal everyone that I can use. But it takes her going over 50% weapon energy, which I have her set up for it not to be too bad at this point, but at first it was awkward. Okay, so that removed a line on a blue door. So there's more than one door around here too, and I'm presuming that that's that door over there that has the item behind it that I saw on the map. We're doing this again, huh? Okay. Go ahead and swap you out for Massimo for the moment then, so we can do a bit more combat damage. Because the game does split between physical melee damage and physical range damage. Things like this have a weakness tied to melee damage, which is what breaks the ability for it to spawn things. Which, apparently, even with both of them doing it, it was not quite enough. So we're about to take another, like, 1,000 damage hit, which is inconvenient. But since I can freely swap characters, losing a ton of health on one character really isn't the biggest issue either. So if I want to save on sub-tank, I always can do that. Or I can just swap Cinnamon out and have her use her heal either way. Really not the biggest difficulty there. And everyone in the party gains the same experience, so it doesn't matter if they're on the front line or not. Which is always convenient. You know what? I don't feel like dealing with this. Goodbye. Or we're gonna fail to escape. Good job, everybody. Let's try that again, shall we?
Fall back for now.
That fight was just gonna be a pain, and I'm just not dealing with it. Aha! A yellow button. So what you're saying is there's gonna be 3 red buttons and 2 yellow buttons, and we already pressed the 1 blue button. Okay. There's another red button. Eat. Turtle. And everyone is blinded. Good. I'm glad. Go ahead and bring Cinnamon out, because this is going to take a little bit, and I can use that time to get the heal sorted out. Don't mind her drill arms. Everything's fine.
On target.
Gonna take it a little bit easy on it now, so I don't kill it before her turn comes back up. There we go. Use the generator again to bring her almost to full energy. Now, as long as I sit here and spin the stick well enough, we will go ahead and gain a bunch of health. Because that's how these action triggers work. Every character has a different thing you need to do to make their move work properly. And that should be a max heal for both of them, I think. Yep, there we go. And yes, that did work the way I thought. Excellent. Each attack counted 3 times. Which most definitely accounted for his blindness. Okay, there's the yellow button door. Cure all. Oh yeah, we should probably do something about half the team being blinded, huh? Oh no, it wore off on most of them. That's fine. We'll just deal with it then. And the other yellow button. I've apparently chosen just the correct direction to go immediately here. Okay, there's where the other red thing is. Is the red button past here, or is it behind the yellow door? I think this is looping me back, though. Yes, this is where we started. So let's see. Let's go back to the yellow door, then. Since we actually have it open, we should check to see where that leads. Prizes. 400 force metal energy. Really? Just 800 force metal energy? To explain why I'm unhappy about that, we have a force metal generator, which is basically our crafting system. That energy you see down there where the FME is how much energy I have for it right now. I have too much. I have not been using it because I don't need it. because you have to fulfill criterias to unlock the further recipes, and I have not triggered the ones that I need for some of the things I want. It's like I can't get speed 5s because I don't have power 5s, but I can't get power 5s because I don't have speed 5s. I need to find one to trigger being able to get either of them. And it's just a situation of issues like that all up and down this. It's like I can get better protection from elemental damage, but it really doesn't matter. And I'm not giving up my item capture just to gain weapon energy on hit either. So it's tempting. I do want this one, but I still don't have Vengeful Counter, which I think is the one that you have to finish 3 enemies with a counterattack. Oh yeah, we do have Final Strike Canceller, but I also don't want that. Like, it's probably good for grinding to be able to cancel your final strikes, because it'll speed fights along. But as it stands for us, it doesn't much matter. Okay, so somewhere in here I missed a button. And I'm guessing. Because you'll notice we went everywhere in here. Is that only non-access door down here, if you can see my mouse cursor? That's the transition door we went through before. Or I think. Wait, actually, no. They tried to pull a sneaky on me here. This is where we just were with the other save point. They gave me an identical room with a save point in it, trying to confuse me. But there is a room with items in it we didn't get in here. I think I was right that is still the transition door, though. Yeah, that has to be. So I do still want to go back into that room, because those blue squares you see on the map are where items are. So I want to go over there. I'm just confused where I missed that other button. At least I know where I need to go now. Yeah, and you can also see the little inn sign there saying this is how we got here in the first place. Because that's only ever on transition doors. Did I touch that button? That might be the button I missed. Yep, that one's already been touched. Okay, very good. I was pretty sure I hit that one because it was right next to this one that I know I did hit. I was just using Heat Haste to make up for the fact that he was gonna miss.
Charge shot!
There we go.
I did it!
Another energy capture, which is a lifesteal missile, which is nice, but it costs enough weapon energy that I've not generally been using it. So I need to go through this door and go down.
Don't move!
Well, he ain't gonna move now. You blew him up. Or I suppose you could say he moved a lot, because his pieces moved rapidly that way, that way, that way. Some of them went up there, too. Nice, you knocked the shield off of that thing. Because that's what her drills do, is it knocks the defenses of an enemy down. By, I think it was like 50% on a chance.
I did it!
Which honestly, on a support character is fantastic. It's not like that support character is going to be doing tons of damage independently. There's the blue button, which we hit already. We just didn't turn around and go through the blue door that was right behind us.
Charge shot! Now!
Kaboom! There were bats there.
I did it!
Once upon a time, there were bats. Now there aren't. Okay, so the button isn't in here. But there are a bunch of stat increase items in here. Which I didn't spend the other ones I got either, now that I think about it. Because I went to check to see if they were needed for something else, and then I didn't actually apply them to anyone. Let me give 1 to 0 and 1 to X as far as power goes. 10 more life energy will be going to Cinnamon. Keep her alive. Ditto with the armor and shield because she is the healer. And the healer must live. 1 more starting weapon energy will go ahead and go on 0. That was an easy one to tell who had a low amount on, because that's what that yellow bar under each one of them is. That's their starting weapon energies. So you know that Zero, Cinnamon, and Massimo all have terrible starting energy. So right now, Axel only has 2 turns of his hyper mode. Everybody else has at least 3. And Axel's hyper mode makes him invincible. So it is tempting to make him have 3 turns of it. The counterpoint to his invincibility is he also can't be healed during that time. And Marino's already got 5 turns of super speed, so she doesn't really need it, though it would be funny. 6 turns of X having his fire form is good enough. 3 turns of Black Zero is kind of okay. 4 turns of Cinnamon's is fine. 3 turns of Glint Armor is fine for Massimo. Yeah, I'll go ahead and give that over to Axel for extra invincibility then. And +1 to speed doesn't much matter. Let's make Massimo's speed less tragic. It's still going to be very tragic, but at least it's slightly better now. Now where the hell would that other button be? Because I clearly missed a button. Else we'd be able to proceed. And all the buttons have been in dead ends. But I'm, like, I know for a fact we went to that dead end there. I'm pretty sure we went to that dead end and that dead end. And we know for a fact we went to those 2. Pretty confident we went there, but that one's worth checking. It definitely is. They put it somewhere. Where? I don't know. It'll be easy enough to check the ones that I potentially missed. It's also worth noting that if you hit enemies with an area attack and end up breaking multiple enemies' meter, you can actually final strike them all simultaneously. But you have to sit there and move the cursor back and forth to make sure you hit them all or you waste it. You may as well go and heal. Really getting tired of hearing please, but it's beneficial enough that I'm willing to keep doing it. almost at 7. It doesn't matter, but it's a fun goal to have to manage to get that meter as high as I can. Oh great, X is now blind and berserk. That's gonna end well. Of course you didn't miss the friendly fire. Now Zero is also berserk. Alright, Xeno. Sleep well, and I'll see you tomorrow. As won't be much of a surprise to everyone, Xeno and I will be doing a collab tomorrow, barring anything going wrong. And I figure now is as good a time to announce that as any. Hopefully that goes well, but if it ends up draining you too much, don't stress if you can't end up doing anything after. We can always reschedule.
On target.
All the poking and biting. I think it'll all work out, but I always want to make sure you have the option.
Hardly a fight.
I never want people to feel pressured to do more than is safe for them. Good night.
On target.
They really are throwing around a lot more status effects at this point in the game. Which it makes sense, we're getting toward the end as far as I can tell, so it makes sense that they'd be stacking them on harder and harder at this point. Could you not end up reducing every stat I have, though? That is getting upsetting. Zero? Okay, you are blinded, actually. Okay. I thought he wasn't blind, and I was about to be very annoyed that he keeps missing without being blind.
On target.
No, he does have the excuse, so I'll accept that. He's also the only one having a detriment from it, so it's fine. So that's the end point of all of that, is everything is fine. Yes, nothing bad has happened. Zero isn't half dead or anything. Nope, everything is fine. No injuries here, honest. Aha! This is probably the red button I missed. Because it involves backtracking around a corner. And I was in very much a just go straight forward mode at that point.
No one stands in my way.
We'll charge shot just to get the bats out of here quickly. There we go. Clear all that out. Generator. We're only gonna be healing Zero, but we may as well heal him for free. I am wondering if I'm gonna end up breaking my right stick on this controller doing those spins. Because for those wondering, I'm doing the classic Mario Party spin of I put my whole palm on the damn thing and spin wildly. Which thankfully on a PS4 controller doesn't drill a hole in your hand like the old N64 controllers would.
Here goes.
Go, meter, and now we break him.
Hardly a fight.
There we go. Yep, this was the one I missed. Okay, we're good. I knew I wasn't going to be able to run through here perfectly the first time. So if I just paid a tiny bit more attention, we would have actually been able to run straight through here without having to turn around. Which would have been great, considering this whole maze. Which was not as much of a maze as I thought it was going to be.
Charge shot.
Then again, I suppose if a game gives you access to the map, they kind of can't put you in a maze because it just won't work. This is the only way you'd get confused by the maze is if you don't look at your map. I say knowing full well that I've done exactly that before, but, you know. Thank you for the follow, Okui. I hope you're doing well. I'm assuming that's how that's meant to be pronounced. If that is incorrect, do let me know.
On target.
Yeah. Nothing bad happened. Nothing bad happened at all. I was never lost. I was only going in a different direction. Excellent. That was one of those, it looks like it makes perfect sense, but you never know how people actually want something pronounced, so I hedge my bets. We can finally get through this door, and there are spike balls. Okay. Money. Money. Huh. Oh, I know what this is for. We found a robot before that needed a ball and chain hammer. So I guess that room with the save point was actually the end of this path then, and I didn't have to do that at all. Well, I'm happy I went and got that anyway. At some point I might remember to go drop that off. So this must be an elevator, then. I should have assumed, looking at that, but at the same time, I was very fixated on those doors. Oh boy. Well, we may as well go in order. We're in the basement, let's just go up to the first floor.
Aha! X, what are you doing here?
Got good memories with it, I'm guessing?
Ferrum, she goes off and acts on her own, and then she doesn't even finish the job.
They were just lucky. Ferrum is not to blame. This just means that you will have the opportunity to take care of them yourself, Botos.
Excellent.
We're counting on you.
It looks like we'll be dealing with a couple of them
You
here.
think you're Epsilon's favorite? I'll show you soon enough.
Slow zoom in. You know, this is a game I always meant to play and then never got around to. And I never could find a copy of it growing up, either. So since I was already on a Mega Man X kick at the time, it made sense to just complete the line and go for this. And it's definitely been a good game so far. A couple things here and there I question a little bit, but there's always going to be things to question. Yeah. I've been keeping X out for the most part. Both because he's got a good moveset, and yeah, he's the main character, so it makes sense to have him out in the field. Doing the thing. His design in this game is a little weird to me because it is different from any other game he's appeared in, but it's a good design.
I did it.
So the thing that throws me the most is just the huge shoes. That just keeps catching me every time I see it. His shoes have always been huge, but they just seem extra disproportionate big. Yeah. We already dealt with him once, and I'm expecting we'll have to deal with him again. So I don't think he's actually dead. That was definitely a very unsubtle bit of treachery at the beginning of the game on that one, though. You could very much tell that he was not gonna be on your side long.
Charge shot.
Yeah.
Follow after me.
Hardly a fight.
Yeah. But you know, you get fed the right line and you might fall for it. That's just how that goes sometimes. He wanted to believe, and well, for his beliefs, he ended up getting trounced. So I will say that shadow fight was surprisingly easy. I expected him to be a much tougher fight.
On target.
Excellent. Hopefully that an application works out in your favor. Especially now that they stopped timing you out.
Follow after me.
Ah, okay. one of those longer than they need to be ones trying to trip you up.
Hardly a fight.
I would bother curing this blindness, but it really hasn't been affecting us at all. So I'm just saving the resources. Okay, so we got doors going to locked doors in all those directions. I go down, there's items down there. That's why I went and opened all the doors first, to see where these hallways led before worrying about where I'm going. So we'll go this way first then, since there's the 2 items down here. Another gain hyper, always good. Spider was a good character. Sadly, he's gone, but you know. You can't always have nice things. Okay, this leads back outside, so this was the entry door we couldn't open, which is now for some reason open, but that's fine. I guess we just opened it from the inside. Yeah. Now, it is worth making a note that, as I mentioned, this is the first time I'm playing this, and there is a strict no-spoiler policy here. Nothing's happened yet, but I'm just making periodic notes about that to make sure people are on track. Hmm? And we don't really need to heal that badly, but I may as well use it anyway. She's not doing anything with the weapon energy at the moment anyway. And it will save sub-tank energy. It's always nice to play an RPG now and then. I can't do them often because I will get tired of them. This one's managing to hold maybe as it's going quickly enough. And having a large party that I can cycle through at will, that none of them are falling behind since the experience is shared, allows me to stay interested.
Hardly a fight.
Which, I would say that's probably the biggest thing I can say in favor of this game, is the fact that all 6 characters feel viable and useful, and you can use them consistently and constantly. Because that's very frequently the problem with RPGs, I find, is that you end up not using like half the party members you get in a lot of them. Either because they fall behind, or they're just not as good at their job as insert other party member here. This is going to be annoying as far as these shields go, so we just swap you out.
Here I go!
As you can see there, it doesn't even take a turn to swap, just immediately there's another character there and they can act immediately. And there's no limit on doing that as far as I've been able to find.
Unbelievable!
Doing that was overkill, but I wanted that one to go on because of being annoying. They don't have their barrier up right now, so we can go ahead and charge shot safely. Ah, there we go, another free shield plus 3. I'm not gonna need it, but I have it now.
Hardly a fight.
The biggest downside I've run into at this point is the deployment zone is starting to feel a little bit useless. Ah, this must be the core of the base. If we succeed here, we might be able to stop the jammer. But lasers. I'm gonna need to pull Axel out, at least for the moment, because he's got the analyzer on me.
I'm Axel.
Okay, Triclaw Killer, level 30, Steel Hunter Missile, drop 500 life energy, and Hawkeye. Okay, I do want that 500 life energy, that will be helpful. Axel is quite good, I just also enjoy having variety. That's why I cycle a lot. They're a team.
That hurt, Buster.
Ooh, that was an upsetting crit to have, but it's fine. She'll live. They really want Marino dead, and I don't appreciate that.
Direct hit.
I did it.
Well, the lasers are higher than we are tall, so I'm not even really worried about these. They're just kind of here. Yeah. He's the leader of the crew, for the most part. Every now and then, he can be a little foolish, but that's just how it goes. Let's get rid of these blinds at this point. So this door over here is locked. Didn't we just pass through a locked door, though? I don't know. I will say the we attacked first animation is a little too long. I feel like there's a bit too much of a delay on that animation. And it's also a little weird that we attack first by teleporting in suddenly and arbitrarily. It's a little weird. It's not a bad thing, it just confuses me slightly. Oh yeah, we haven't actually seen these guys yet. The Prion S. Fern. Level 28, steel power 3s from it. Ooh, they drop assassin mines. It's a pity I already made the two I'm gonna need, but I could always start putting them on 0 as well. Conveniently got the power 3. You are very red for having an ice spell, my friend. I don't appreciate this. Where's your fire attacks? Oh, we actually got the drop, too, surprisingly. Now, why is this door locked? Experiment control room security, room off limits. Okay. Good to know. That told me that I can't go in there and nothing else. I was hoping to find out why the door was locked, to find out if I like needed a key or if there was a button I needed to go push. The layout of this place is a little weird. It looks like I do need to go back to the other end of that hallway and go into that room over there. No, because those are all connected via the locked doors. Do I need to go to the... No, because I was just at the other... I guess I probably need to go to the other floor and then come back then. Because there doesn't seem to be anything I can do here. Oh, good. You guys all get a turn. Good for you. We may as well use Axel's ability here. We'll go for that one. We'll use Incentus.
There you go.
Direct hit. Charge shot.
They should all be weakened enough that this will work. Not quite. Okay, well, that's unfortunate. I probably needed more of a charge, but we didn't have it, so it doesn't matter. We'll live through this, it'll just be inconvenient. If I was really committed to getting rid of them all at once, I should have swapped Marino out for somebody else. Because her single hit damage is great, but not enough to clear a crew like this out easily. In a minute. At least not consistently. Axel, please. And I don't use Marino's action trigger that much because I'm kind of awful at that slot machine. I'm usually not bad at those, but hers in particular just throws me for some reason. And I can't really put my finger on why. I think it moves just at the right speed that my brain just does not like it. Of course, it doesn't help that I'm very tired most of the time I've been doing this. Okay, not locked. Not locked. And also not locked. So I can go any way I wish right now. So there's a lot of lock symbols all around us here, so that's a thing. I should heal before I go anywhere. There we go, everybody's nice and topped off. I do like the sub-tank system. It is so convenient. As long as you use it intelligently. And especially once you have a decent couple tanks. Early on, it was kind of nasty because I kept running out all the time. But now that I got a decent amount, it is very nice. Okay, good. We get a free turn here.
Here goes.
I was actually just going to run from this because it was going to be annoying, but if I've got a free turn, I may as well take it and go with it.
Charge shot.
Is having the tanky guys on the sides and the guy that summons bits in here, it was gonna get annoying, I figured, but we can dogpile on him right out the gate, and it won't be too...
Hey, that hurt, Buster.
You know what? That works out. When the trash takes itself out, I can't really argue. That's a real blastery sword you've got there, buddy. I think you don't understand what that word means. Because see, a sword is typically a thing you slash people with. Here, I'll bring in an expert to demonstrate what I mean. See that's a sword. It does this. You hit people with it, and then they die. That's how swords work, not this weird cannon thing you did. That was your lesson for the day. Dismissed.
Hardly a fight.
I will say the game does kind of feel balanced around you primarily using Zero, Axel, and X as your team. There are benefits to the other three. Like, you know, obviously Cinnamon can heal, and Marino has that hyper mode that makes her very, very fast, which is a major benefit. The only one I kind of can't decide how I feel about useful-wise is Massimo. As a character, I enjoy him, and he's got a couple good tricks he could do, but I feel like he doesn't fit particularly mechanically, because he's the big tanky guy, but he has no means of guaranteeing that things hit him outside of using the hack item, as far as I've been able to find. So I really wonder what his identity in the team really ends up actually being. Because he hits pretty well. He's no slouch in combat, he's just so slow. Is why I don't use him, really. Yeah, outside of boss fights. Because he does hold up well in a boss fight, and it is very useful to use him as a means of keeping the team stable. It just feels like a much more minor use compared to everybody else. I suppose the phrase I'm looking for is he's less noticeably impactful on a fight than everybody else. But that also tends to end up being the case with a lot of tanky characters, is their impact is meaningful, but it's not as immediately noticeable. Outside of cases where they can actively attract the attention of enemies, and it's very obvious that they're keeping the team alive by keeping them from taking damage. It is very interesting to me that his action trigger lets him apply a bunch of status effects. But that, too, I've not really seen super heavy utility to. Because I primarily end up using it in boss fights because most other things don't live long enough for it to matter. But bosses are immune to it, in my experience so far, so it just feels kind of weird. Though I will admit, I've kind of forced more of a team identity on Marino than she technically has by giving her priority as far as the stealing goes. But of course, she's the fastest one I have, so of course I'd be giving her the ability to steal. Because then she gets multiple turns to potentially steal something very important. Zero's, of course, very good as far as close combat damage goes. X and Axel kind of fall into the same role-ish, as they are shot-based damage. X just ends up with the separate identity of being geared more toward elemental damage, whereas Axel's more general damage. At least that's the identity I've given them. So these are all locked too. I must have missed something. Maybe I'm supposed to do something with those lasers. And that's what I didn't understand. Because that's the only room we have access to, so there must be something there. And I just didn't pay attention. So I did poke for prompts and I didn't find anything, but I may have just not paid close enough attention. It would not be the first time, it won't be the last time.
Hardly a fight.
And I will say, for those specifically interested in this, if I don't finish this today, it's not going to get played again until next Thursday, because that's how the schedule works. Oh yeah, there were panels here. Switch the pathways. Yes. Yep, that's what I needed to do. I did see the thing on the wall, and I assumed it was important. I just didn't realize what I needed to do. Wow, you did it, X. Just like I thought. That device must be connected to the upper floor. Let's go take a look. Okay, so I had basically the right idea, just not quite. Okay. I just skipped a step. Yet again, nothing new. And the only reason I'm up in the air about finishing it today is I, one, don't know how much longer this segment is. I assume we just clear through each of these two floors, and then there's going to be another floor, considering there's that beam above us there, which is where the boss is. I just don't know how many fights there are going to be involved in that. Okay, there's a thing locked away in here. And of course this button disables North Block Jammer. We turned off one of the devices. Looks like there are multiple jammers. Let's check the other rooms. Well... Oh, it unlocked more of the rooms down below, too. Okay. So I just need to basically do the same thing in all of the rooms. Okay, that won't be that bad. But that does probably mean we're gonna do this dungeon, and then it'll be next week that we do anything else, unless things really fly forward. Because we've already been going 3 hours, and like I said, I did not sleep much last night, because I stayed up like an idiot. It was worth it, because it was a fun night, but... Boy, does regret ensue when age catches up to you about your life decisions. So I am very happy with myself about the fact that I didn't end up so destroyed that I didn't do anything today. Because I was honestly worried about that, because for context for everyone, I didn't end up going to sleep till close to 5 o'clock in the morning. Like, that's how late I was up last night. And I got back up, I think, like 9 o'clock, so I slept like 4 hours. But I feel fine. I'm probably going to crash here in a couple hours. At least that's my assumption, which is why I'm not anticipating that we'll be able to finish this today. Since this area is taking longer. It makes sense. The dungeons are steadily going to get longer and longer. That's how the design in these kind of games usually ends up being.
Hardly a fight.
So unless the next bit is very fast, which I would find highly unlikely, we would end up going for at least a couple more hours just getting through that. I will say, part of it getting up to 3 hours at this point is partially my own fault because I was faffing around a lot, and then I got stuck in that doorway because of the fact that I missed a button. But that is, of course, also tied into the fact that I'm slightly brain dead today because of the sleep thing. Okay, so there's a rebellion thing on the wall there, but that's not what I need to laser. I need to laser that. So I need to turn this one. Ta-da! I found a bad. I did not anticipate that that one was gonna move the whole system quite that way, because I hadn't looked at the whole thing yet. That's my own fault. I thought I was gonna be able to turn that one and then turn another to solve the puzzle. But I think I shot myself in the foot on perspective there. I didn't look at it from the right angle to see that that wasn't gonna work entirely.
Hardly a fight.
That, or I needed to turn the other one first. Yeah, I should have just turned this one first, because that would have solved it right away. Ah, well. We got an extra fight, and it wasn't even a hard fight. Which, that's another thing I'll say for this game, is the puzzles are just enough to make you think for a second, and they're not crazy complicated. So I think they did well with the puzzles. Because they don't really break the flow terribly. Because they're not, like, so long that you end up feeling like they outstay their welcome. Unless you misunderstand something. Okay, that's for fixing a mechanoid to bring into the deployment thing. Okay. Is this one just as simple as turning that? It would have to be, right? Which way around does this go? Okay, it's originating from this one over here. Going this way and around. So yeah, this one's literally just turn this. This time I think I'm actually correct in saying that. Wait, no, if I turn that... No, I think that'll be okay. Yeah. I'm now second guessing these because I launched one right into an alarm. Okay, I'm figuring the smart idea would be to turn all of these where they need to be, and then we go down. We go back to the other floor to do the thing. And then we'll do all of those rooms in conjunction and get that over with. I am going to step away for a quick second, though. So bear with me 1 second. We'll see if the add button works this time. Be right back. once again, comedically enough, I try to run an ad and Twitch won't let me. It's very funny to me. I don't know if anybody else finds it funny, but I absolutely am amused. Okay. Once more into the breach. Am I going the right way? No, because we just exited the other room. And we need to go to the opposite. Yeah. I don't think it's meant to be understood at this point. Because there's too many active hands that don't talk to each other. So it will always be confusing. I am happy that they're rolling out the ability to actually block people from watching the stream when they get banned. That's always been something we've wanted.
Hardly a fight.
It just consistently confuses me that they have so many server problems. I don't know either, honestly. It may literally just be an oversight issue, like they just never bothered to follow through on that because they assume, oh yeah, if they can't chat, they're not a problem anymore. So I could see that assumption happening, even though that's a bad assumption. It is exactly the kind of assumption a disconnected corporate entity would make. Okay, I need to turn this one first. Yeah. It definitely helps that kind of people, which is not something we should be encouraging anyway. Is if somebody does something enough to get banned, they shouldn't be allowed to keep watching. Outside of, you know, people getting banned for a bit, because that is definitely a joke I've seen play out.
There you go.
Which, you know, that's a whole other thing, but this will be much better overall. And it's a choice option anyway. People can turn off people that are banned not being able to watch. It was shown that it was going to be a toggle option, so if people expect to be banning their friends or such as a joke, they will be able to do that without it being a problem anyway. Okay, they live. I purposely didn't kill them because when they surrender like that after all their allies are gone, they heal you. And now I killed them. I could let them live, but don't want anybody reporting what I'm doing. There we go. And I was talking to some people about the content labels that got added recently. And personally, I still feel overall they're a good thing. I don't like the fact that it ends up being an extra thing people have to click through when they're going to a stream. But I like the idea that you can more accurately label what people can expect when they're going in.
I'll finish you.
Like, it's as usual a mixed blessing thing. Because it's very rare, it seems, for Twitch to do something that's just pure positive. There's always a catch somewhere, but at least it's mostly a positive. Yeah. I just end up worrying that it's a little bit it becomes too much of a bar of entry for people. Because we all know that we as a species are inherently pretty damn lazy. So the more effort we have to put in, the less likely something is to work out. So you basically have two different layers of bar of entry before somebody can start watching a stream now, because they both need to click through the content warning, and then they also need to sit through the pre-roll. The lad is, unless you run mid-rolls, you can't get rid of them. So I just feel like there's ending up too much being stacked in front of someone being able to view a stream in the first place. And that's the only kind of worrying thing I have with that. But that's enough talking your ear off about current Twitch events, such as I know. True. Because you never know who gets what news. So it can be beneficial to make sure people know something is happening. And it gets it out of my head, which always helps. That's fair, yeah. You've been a bit preoccupied, to say the least.
Hardly a fight.
I got a shot absorber from both of them. Well, that was weird. Everything went gray for a second. I think I had my camera, like, go through the wall for a moment or something. Best block jammers down. I'm going to assume when all of the jammers are down is when these will open. Which means I'll have to run back through the whole place again if I want them. Which, it's loot. Of course I want them. But it does mean fighting more mooks the whole way. I will say this, once we finish this dungeon, I will probably wrap up, because when I got up and walked around for a moment and sat back down, I just felt the energy, like, yep, you're falling, it's going. Like, I think it was one of those moments where the second you stop doing the thing that you're doing, you fall out of that stream of consciousness enough that reality sets in on you. Like, oh yeah, you are actually in fact tired. You just didn't notice because you were busy.
Take that!
Though I may still end up working on things like the... Because I am working on an image for the advertisement for the anniversary stream that's next month. Because I think I brought this up the other day as well. Oh, but as a reminder, I think it's September 23rd is my 2-year anniversary of streaming. I will be figuring something out for a celebration for that before then. The celebration will be the day of, but I will be doing a lot of planning and all of that. I'm hoping it all works out, but, you know, the usual brainworms of like, yeah, you're gonna plan all this and nothing's gonna happen. It's like, well, I'm gonna goddamn do it anyway. There we go. There we go. That should stop the jammer signal. X, how's that? Are you able to Yeah, you really done it this time. Very well, let me show you to the top floor. Take the central elevator. I'll have a warm welcome waiting for you when you arrive. You must be the boss of this area. Let's go get him, X. And this is still not open. Sad days. Yeah, no. And the thing is, I'm always of a weird two minds with these year anniversary things. Because technically, I've been making content a lot longer than that. But the 23rd of September, at this point 2 years ago, was when I seriously started streaming. Like, that's when I actually sat down and committed to doing it. And that's why I'm using that as my marker. Like, if I counted the first time I ever streamed, I think the first one I literally ever did was, like, back in 2018. But that was, like, a one-off, and it was months between then and the next time I did anything. So I don't really think that counts. I should find a save point before I fight that guy, because I don't know how strong he's gonna be. So we'll go this way. Because there's a save point down here. Because, like, I know I never actually talked out loud about how all of that went, so that's why I'm just making that all clear so people understand the thought process there. Because anybody that looks at the account will realize, wow, this account's been around for a really long fucking time.
Welcome to your own doom. Boy, oh boy, you really must have fate on your side to have survived the quicksand.
Yeehaw, brother.
On the other hand, maybe not. Since you're about to meet your end by my hands.
You talk too much. Who are you, anyway?
He's gonna let all that hot air out of his
Yes,
big belly.
Forgive me. I am Botos, a cadre of the Rebellion Army, who fight for the hopes of all Reploids.
Enough with the PR. Let us by if you know what's good for you.
Thank you, Zero, for getting to the point.
I'm afraid I can't do that. Feast your eyes on this. Know what this is? Supra Force Metal.
So that's what it is.
That's right, gentlemen.
I mean, it's shiny.
This tiny little bit of Supra Force Metal.
We should probably shoot him before he
Create
finishes transforming.
This much power! And with this power, I'll crush you feeble hunters to pieces!
Okay, boss fight time. Okay, he's got little angels. Analysis results for Cubit. Level 18 mechanoid, air, takes extra damage from water, doesn't matter otherwise. Okay, how about you? Same thing? Got it. You also take extra damage from water. You drop Twin Fire, Fire Stella. I can steal a Super Absorber from you, which I assume is probably a combination of the shot and combat absorbers we've had already. Okay, so this might not be too bad. I should have went and got everybody fully recharged before doing this, but we've got 3 other characters and a lot of sub-tank. We'll probably be fine. How do I want to handle this right out the gate is the question. So I don't think I have anything queued up for water right now, and you can't actually change equipment in a fight. That's the one unfortunate thing about bringing elemental equipment is you need to know what you're getting into ahead of time, which, since I've not played this, I don't. They do not take as much fire damage, so using Twin Fire is going to be useless. I do have one way to deal water damage, though. I used the wrong one. I threw the fire one like a fool because it was a reflex. It's right next to the water one, and I'm like, oh yeah, it's this set. Uh-oh. Oops. This also means X's hyper armor is not going to be that helpful because it does fire damage. So we'll go ahead and swap you out for Marino right away. Because she does non-elemental damage, so it won't matter. And we'll actually just open the fight by using her hyper mode. Because she doesn't have enough health to really stay in a fight long, so she'll probably just end up getting pressured out of this fight before too awful long anyway. So we'll take advantage of her increased speed to clear the extras. Because if you look at the turn order, now that she's put her hyper armor on, you'll notice she takes up the majority of the turn order for the time being. But it only lasts for 5 turns, and each of those turns she's on the turn order count towards that. So she burns it out very, very quickly. And we'll worry about that. Yeah, you go ahead and just go for the big boy. No. Yeah, that's what I figured those would do. But I also assumed since it was injured, it would heal itself, not Botos right now. I do want you to target him for the rest of your attacks, though, so you can hopefully steal from him. Because he does have that Super Absorber I would like to steal. Well, theoretically. Well, we got the fire resist, so there's only one steal target left. This is your last turn of super speed. That's all. And we got it. Perfect. On her next turn, she'll go back to normal speed. It also puts her back to normal health, which is less than ideal, but it'll be okay. Go ahead and kill this off now. Or you're gonna miss completely. Thanks for that, Marino. Your turn was very helpful. I don't like the sound of that move. I don't know what it was going to do, but I get the feeling it wasn't going to be anything good. Wow, we're having very bad luck hitting these things. Thank you, Axel. That's what I figured. As soon as I kill them both, his next turn ends up becoming spawn more. So we can kind of waste his time a little bit if we can consistently keep clearing them. Which is something X actually would be good for. So now that we've burned her turns, we'll go ahead and bring him back out. Because we can use his charge shot to blast them. Theoretically, he might be able to kill them straight off right now. We'll see. Nope. Put them in kill range, though, so that's fine. Zero, now that you can double heat haze, just go for Botos. He's got some big slappy hands. Worked out perfectly, though, since he just dealt another 1,000 damage to himself, basically. That's what I was afraid of, since they had a bunch of fire resist that they were going to start throwing fire magic whenever they didn't feel the need to heal. So that one got 2 turns. Don't like that. Let's go ahead and do a half heal for everybody. Because I'm letting Zero generate more weapon energy to double Heat Haze again. Go. Yep, just go ahead and keep burning turns, summoning those. You can tell where their health bar is at by watching how quickly that vitality gauge drops when they're getting hit. We can't actually tell what his actual health bar is because his portrait doesn't shrink unlike the bars on the turn order for everybody else. But you can get kind of an idea from that. And since it takes very little effort usually to destroy these angels he summons, I think I'm actually gonna be able to keep him kind of turn locked if he will keep defaulting to resummoning them. You know, till that doesn't work. His X just did not do enough damage that time. But we absolutely... He really did just get back to full health, didn't he? All the more reason to keep these under control. Let's see if I can do this correctly this time. Remember, I want Silverhorn, not Mach Gentra. Damn it. I know I prefer to use Mach Gentra, but I need Silverhorn right now. Yeah, because that obliterated the little guy and did decent damage to Big Boy. Cinnamon or Massimo or Marino help really here? Not at the moment. His X does do decent flat damage, even when he's not got the right things in hand right now. Okay, I think we made back the damage. What does this do? Don't like that. Don't like that at all. Them getting extra turns is very bad for me. Probably gonna want to start cracking out more people's hyper modes.
Transform!
This way we don't have to heal at the moment because everybody else is in pretty decent shape, and now Axel's undamageable but can still attack. So I guess he's... Okay, that's an attacking move. Okay. So we really need him not to have those angels. Zero, please. I should have hyper-moded him, but I was hoping that he'd be able to hit that naturally. Ooh, 1500. Yep, you're gonna resummon, that's fine. That's playing right into my plans for the moment.
This is it!
Okay. Probably makes more sense to use his action commands now. I hit the right command on that last one. Come on. 3,812. I'm not sure that was actually more. Yeah, that's very much a case of if you're very good at those kind of inputs, that move is very potent. I'm not great at those inputs, but I can make it work. Yeah, it wasn't enough. Damn it. I don't think even a 100% charge would be enough for those then. But at least they weren't healing this time. So we can get rid of one of them. And that burns his turn resummoning it. Yes, yes, target him. That's perfect. Don't hit the ones you can actually hurt. Yeah, no, his regular attacks in Black Zero form hurt a lot more. I should have used that. Oh well. Oh, good. He's got a buff for his team, a debuff for us, and an attack that does a lot of damage. I really don't like this fight. This fight is unfortunate. You're out of hyper mode, so go ahead and hop out in favor of Cinnamon for the moment.
Sorry, but I did warn you.
We'll go ahead and have her go straight into hyper mode herself. Because we're not going to be keeping her out long. Use the generator. She's not going to quite have enough, but she can pass that weapon energy on for the time being. Let's see how her girl's doing on that. Nothing. Okay. That's okay. We can fix that. Yeah, we're really gonna have a turn order problem here right now, though. Might be okay picking him up right now. Depends on where he falls into the turn order after he's back up. Okay, he'll go before Potos, so that's perfect. So I think he's got one last turn of his hyper mode, and that's what I want to take advantage of. Yeah, this is his last turn of hyper. Double heat haze, get him. That's the damage I needed. Yep, that was the other thing I was afraid of. We were at the point in the fight where he was going to start doing some crazier moves. I really want to bring Zero back up, but if I take her turn to bring Zero back, I risk X dying instead. So I think I'm going to go ahead and use the heal now, and then we can sort out Zero in a moment. Actually, no, because the Angel's going next. But I've already fucked up because I pressed the button to use generator, so I can't use an item now anyway. So we'll do this. We'll split part of her energy, and then we'll use the heal with what's left. Because she's mostly in hyper mode just to make sure she stays alive at the moment. That should be enough to fix X reasonably well. Not as much as I was hoping, but it should do. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of, is now he's gonna get 10,000 is 25% of his health. So that implies that he's got about 40,000 health then. Okay, that's actually kind of helpful. Finding that out is actually somewhat helpful. I could bring Zero back right now, or I could fire off a charge shot that would kill one of the angels, I think, and weaken the other one. And potentially force Botos to revive it rather than attacking. The problem is, in current turn order, Botos would get 2 turns, so he'd still do something either way. Do I want to prevent him from doing one thing, or do I want to get Zero back in the fight and potentially be able to swap him out before he gets knocked down again? I really wish I had went and bought max revives right now. Is these 25% revives are going to just keep us in a bad loop. Or, since they're all weak to water, this would probably do more damage than a charge shot. Not current. I'm gonna try this, because if it gets rid of both angels, that actually helps us a bit, because I think they don't get their turn immediately if he revives them. Okay. Yes, that didn't kill both of them somehow? This worked out fine, though, because him slapping Cinnamon around a bit is absolutely fine. Now he burns the other turn reviving, which gives us the opportunity to do our own revive. He still is getting a turn before we get to do too much to fix Zero, but he should be okay. Yeah, because the angel's healing itself. He's targeting X, which is fine. Yeah, as you can see, one of the advantages for her hyper mode is she gains a little bit more weapon energy on top of the boosted weapon energy she has. So she has enough to do a decent heal again immediately. Come on, game. Play a ball with my spinning, please. Ooh, that was a bad one. Ooh. I don't know why it didn't work as well that time, but it worked well enough. So Zero's gonna fall out of hyper mode this turn. I'm gonna risk something as a test. Because we learned that his regular attack in this form is fire-based, but it seemed like when we attacked something with the charge attack that it wasn't fire-based anymore. Yeah, that is doing damage to him. Okay, that did 7,000. That was well worth it. And at the very least, X-Fire gives him better protection until we decide to move X out of here, which I don't have great options to trade him out into, is why I'm not doing that yet. Same case for why I'm actually thinking about whether I should pull Zero out or not. Because Marino has already burnt her hyper mode, and she doesn't have a ton else going on for her at the moment. Massimo wouldn't be great here either, because he wouldn't be able to help us keep the ads under control. I could bring Axel back out, but the problem is he's badly injured right now, so we'd have to burn time healing him. I think we're better off just sticking with what we've got at the second. If Zero could just hit these damn angels at all, we'd be in business, because he'd be able to drop one per turn. And we would be able to prevent a lot more of what's happening here.
Let me serve you up some fresh pain.
This is a problem. Okay, that didn't do nearly as much this time. Actually, that's fine. This is bad, though. The fact that he's gaining his health back so much. We need to lower that back down. Oh, you use Death Gravity too, huh? Don't like that. Like, our big current problem is we're losing out on turn order a lot. I'm actually going to make the swap to Axel at this point, because what I can do is I swap him in and use his turn to immediately use a full charge sub-tank. And not only does that get him in fighting shape immediately, it gets the whole crew up. So that'll work. And on the bright side, Bodus isn't immune to fire, he just takes reduced damage from it, same with his angels. So let's see how much damage we do with this. That's still decent. 1,000's still good. Though that was a power boosted attack. I'm very scared of what that death gravity stuff does. Yeah, half of the motivator behind swapping to Axel, by the way, was speed. His Cinnamon's very slow. I never did manage to fix that. And he can use his action trigger to dump water damage. I might actually want to just start dumping all of my big ice items, though. Because those were doing good damage. Yeah, I think that's actually the smarter play here. Sitting on these isn't going to help us. So that, it blows those out of the water. This is very similar to what I did in one of the other boss fights, in fact, where I just started pitching items at him in anger. And now you resummon your angels, that's fine. Because now you should have enough of a charge that when you pull out Silverhorn, you'll do good enough damage to kill them. At least that's the theory.
Take that!
I think that's enough meter to break... Nope, I broke one, not both. We were, I think, like, the tiniest bit away from breaking the other angel. But this might still burn his turn, reviving the one that did go down. Yes, okay. The problem is we're kind of locked in an awful war of attrition with him at the minute, and I'm not a fan of that. I'm gonna do something that may seem a little odd. Rather than use the Mega Blizzard, I'm actually gonna use an Ultra Thunder here. Because it still does 100% damage to them, and it hits everything. So that'll kill the other angel. In fact, do it again. Just keep doing that now, because that's gonna work for the moment. I only have the one other one, but it gets rid of both angels and clocks good damage on Bodus still. Theoretically, I should have saved it for now when both of them are back, but it's fine. So we're gonna use this opportunity to put a dent in Bodus.
Let me serve you up some fresh pay.
The scary part is whether the angels are gonna heal him or not. I basically have to go for Silverhorn and Hope here. That I can break one of the angels. And hurt them both enough that they heal themselves. I think I broke both of them, actually. I think we rolled well enough that we got both. Perfect. That buys us a lot more time. Because, yeah, now he summons. Now I can use Zero's turn to heal. So he can generate the weapon energy to double Heat Haze. Reflexively went into the item menu, even though that's not the one I need. 50% should be good enough, so we can save some tank energy. Yeah, that puts both of them basically at full. That's fine. I'm a little worried about trying to hit one of the angels instead of Bodus. I've only got the one more turn of hyper mode, so I'm just gonna go for Bodus. Deal another 1,000. Because he's getting close to dying at this point, I think. Since that meter's moving quite quickly. I need to finish the job before he gets back into the fight again. Because that's what this fight is. It's a war of attrition. And he's been staying ahead of us a lot of this fight, because I was figuring out what works. But I think we've got it now. Which, it's kind of unfortunate, because I basically had the right idea right out the gate. But I made a misstep. I think trying to use Marino's hyper mode at all was a bit of a mistake. But we won the fight. First try again. That just took forever.
Hardly a fight.
Okay, we at least got the drops. And everybody got a level. Ooh, that one was rough, though. Yeah.
X, how did you get that strong?
We've been that strong.
No!
Ooh.
The precious Super Force metal that Epsilon gave me.
This guy is so played for laughs, it hurts.
Whoa! Shucks. Looks like I've been beaten. You've won for now, hunters.
What the?
Yeah.
That was too easy.
Cool. We've shut down the device.
X, did you destroy it? The interference is gone.
Yep, we took care of it. Communication
I'm
shouldn't be
very
a problem
suspicious.
Good work, X.
now. Yeah, and we have Super Force metal.
Super Force metal? You've really done it this time, X. If we analyze that, we can determine what they're up to. Come back quickly, X. We'll get prepared for the analysis.
Okay, let's head home.
I was half expecting them to be attacking the base while we were gone. Like, the way he ran off really just triggered all kinds of alarms in my head.
This contains 10,000 times more energy than normal force metal.
I'm in danger.
That means...
It would take a ton of force metal to make this. And only one place has that much metal. The Force Metal Refinement Plant.
Nothing to do here.
That seems very obvious.
get
Why didn't
moving.
we just look there in the first place? That went from feeling like it was going to take a while to not taking that long, so we might take a peek at what we're getting into for next time. Super Force metal, huh? Just what I was afraid of. The Rebellion is something terrible planned for Force metal after all. Hey there, Reaper, how you doing? Since I used the power of Force metal to heal, I think I can understand its potential. Super Force metal's dangerous. We must not allow it to fall into the wrong hands. And that's obvious. Anything that gives them power is a bad thing for us. That Hey, Boda sure was a laugh. When the enemy's that dumb, it makes you want to let down your guard, and that's risky. Those are the types that always seem to cause the most trouble. I just hope he doesn't end up being a major pain. I mean, it's a problem enough that he's the only one who's gotten away so far. Boy, there are really so many types of force metal. Who would have thought that one little bit of super force metal can make you so strong? Ugh, well, hopefully you feel better soon, dude. It's always unfortunate whenever anybody starts to feel sick. It's inevitable, but, you know, we'd rather not have it either way. off to the shops to see what our next upgrades are. Okay. So it's just upgrades of everybody's items for the most part. Double Tooth, though, instead of Z-Saber. I think I'll keep the Z-Saber Plus option because of the fact that we're using Heat Haze so much. The double attacks will go to 4 instead of a single attack going to double. And this is slightly more than half the power of this, so I think that's the better call right now. We of course want the Limit Buster, the Crash Hammer, Beam Chakram S. I'm not as fussed about getting the Archangel because we're really not attacking with Cinnamon. Go ahead and get you the Beast Killer. We already have a Twin Thunder, but a second one wouldn't be amiss. Okay, we had just enough to buy all of that. This does mean I probably wasted the money buying the elemental weapons, but that's fine. I'm having a suspicion moment in my mind, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna give X a Twin Thunder and one of the Twin Fires that we have. I'm not gonna commit to one or the other, because we were just given the Twin Fire. I feel like they want us to have it, which means we probably are going to have a use for it. Okay. I wondered a little bit, but we hadn't talked enough for me to be able to tell. But it was definitely a fun time last night. That, like I was telling people earlier, I was up very, very late, but it was worth it. We did also just get the Fire Star. 1 throwing star per unit. That actually has potential to be really good too, then. So either an individual 3-hit or up to 3 attacks, hitting all enemies. We can just swap on the fly as needed, so that's fine. We'll leave it as it is now. And I also don't know if I want to commit her to an element right now anyway. And you need your Crash Hammer Beta. Now we sell what we just replaced. And at the very least, in Zero's case, I am going to go ahead and get rid of his elemental weapons. I am going to keep the elemental weapons for X and the new one we got for Marmo. I also can get rid of the cards. Yeah. I mean, sometimes something like that is perfect when you're sick because it helps you feel better through it. That anymore, or that. That. I'm gonna keep the noise canceller. No. I was debating keeping it, but I've not been cycling like I thought I was going to anyway, so I'm just not gonna keep all this extra crap around. That allows us to grab the Archangel for her, and that will do it for weaponry. This way I have money for Force Metal options, and for buying a couple full revives, because that would have solved our problem in that boss fight straight away. Because we started to fall behind action economy-wise, which is always awful. Okay, we've got some 5s, but not the ones I need. I needed either a speed or a power one to show up, and we didn't get them. We can get life 500, which is nice. Have we reached a point where we can make... No, because we didn't do 250 battles, because we've actually been going too fast. Okay, I can start making... No, I can't, because that requires level 30. I can... No, I can't. Can I? No. Like, I can convert the armor and shield between each other, but I can't go further than that. I can get shield 10. As soon as I get a hold of another build armor. But I'm not using the shield stat increases, so it doesn't matter to me. Full specs I'd consider. Understandable. You rest up and feel better, dude. I'm probably not going that much longer anyway. But I'm glad you dropped by. Okay, now it's acknowledging what these were, which we kind of figured what these were anyway. And I used up too many of my consumable attacks to swing those, but I don't need them anyway. Let's see. Yeah, there's not really anything I can make still. Because we didn't get the handful of linchpin items that I don't even know when we're gonna see, if we see them. Ooh. See, that makes getting the FS Canceller make some sense now. Because this guarantees you final strikes, basically. So if you were trying to work around that to generate force metal energy, you can. We don't need it, so I'm not gonna bother, but it's nice to know that there's a mechanic for that. I'm mostly continuing at the moment because I'm too curious about where this is gonna go. I met a girl who was going on about Super Force Metal, but it was all way over my head. It's well known that there's many types of Force Metal. One especially pure and dense type is called Super Force Metal. That's the part that was over your head, dude? Come on now. There's a Reploid in 3 parts who's an expert in Super Force Metal. Okay. My collector buddies know the most amazing things. They even know about Super Force Metal. You know, that sounded like such rare stuff, and apparently all of these random NPCs know about it, so... Why didn't we know about it? Like, there's so many odd things like that that just don't make a damn bit of sense. But it's fine. But let's see if the next bit is the final bit, or if there's going to be more past that. Because if it is the final bit, I might actually press on and just finish the game. But they make it sound like it could be, but not at the same time, and I can't get a read on where we're at this point. Because it felt like we were getting close, but now it also feels like we ended up with a big step back. Mantar was mobilized, brush loader mobilized. This just went poorly for everyone involved. Okay. That's fine. Okay, you survived. Thank you. And you got me the Gamalia key. So we could go down into the mine and do some cleanup there. We're not gonna do that today. More than likely, what I'll do is I'll start next session by opening all those key doors that we have access to now. Specifically the one in the ruins and the one in the mines now. And if we get the keys for the other places, we will look at those as well. Because, to take stock, we have the key for Tiana Camp, but we couldn't win the extra boss fight that was in there. We might be able to do that now. We are a lot stronger. So that's something else we can look at in the future as well. We have the key for Legrano Ruins, so we can open up the extra rooms in there. I'm assuming there's going to be another extra boss in there. There was no key for this place, but I also don't remember seeing a key door in there. Ditto with this place. We haven't gotten a key for there yet. There's a chance there might be a key, because I don't remember every room in there. We now have the key for this place, and there won't have been a key for here, I don't think, because there was no locked doors left when we were done there. The reason why I'm thinking that the next part might be the last part is the fact that it will very cleanly be the last space for here as well. And ending on 8 chapters also would make sense. And things have all been kind of coming to a head as well, so it feels right that the next part will be the end, but I don't know. Ah, Super Force Metal. If we find out what this stuff is, it may give us insight into what the Rebellion is up to. Thank you, X. We would never have come this far without your hard work. But admittedly, apparently, the next bit isn't immediately happening. So I need to figure out who I need to prod to figure this out. Okay. Maybe there's just a mission without there be... Oh wait, yeah, because they already mentioned where we need to go, so I guess it's just a matter of I just go to the refinery with no further to do about it. Yeah, we do have a mission, and Melda ore plant. Okay. Super Force Metal. No matter how precious it may be, it can't be worth all this conflict and bloodshed. We must stop the rebellion, X. Can you really call it bloodshed when we don't have blood? Or at least, we've never seen anybody having blood? Weird. The ultimate weapon. Okay, yeah, since this is gonna focus on her, she is the last one... Oh no, because there was the other one that was talking about us as well, so there's 2 main Mavericks left, I presume? So it may actually be that it goes up to 10 chapters, then. So yeah, I think we will call it good here, then. We'll go ahead and just warp back. If I had gotten a full night's sleep and been able to go for 8 hours today, we might have been able to finish this game today, but it's fine. It can go 1 more week, and I'm not going to be broke up about it. Because I'm enjoying this game. That said, I need to go find us a target. Let's see who's doing what and where and why. Let's see. Absolutely, and thank you for being here. Ooh, opportunity knocks. I have found us a target. I spy something about a birthday. Let me just make sure they're not about to end, and then we will work that out. I don't know when they started. Okay. That's how that's playing out then. Okay. I'm just gonna wait out the ad for a second before I cue things out. So, thank you all for taking the time to be here. This will, of course, be happening again next week. Tomorrow will... There we go. There will be the collab with Xeno tomorrow, barring there being complications on either side before that comes up. That should be starting at 1 p.m. instead of today's 2 p.m., as is usual on a Friday. Saturday, I might do Mega Man X2. I might do something else, because I did put out a request for suggestions for short games. Because I noticed that I was up to 23 games done for the year already. I think it'll be fun if I can see if I can beat 7 more games to reach 30 before the end of this month. It's a big jump to go for, but I think it'll be fun to try. Because we should be dusting off this soon, which will put us to 24. La Milana should be done in another session or two. That'll put us to 25. And I figure things will work themselves out from there for 5 more, potentially. I think it'll be interesting. But I'm going to get us queued up to go see Luca Ragniera, who's good people, who's playing Aviary Attorney, which is an interesting choice as well. Or we are unable to raid them. Hang on. Twitch might be broken. Let me refresh the page and see if it'll let me do the thing. Or they might not be accepting raids right now. I know I've raided them before, but they may have turned on a thing to not accept them. So bear with me a second while I check in that. Yeah, no, it's working now. My dashboard was just broken. This is why we refresh and check these things. So, once again, thank you for your time. Be good to them, and I will see you tomorrow. Have a good one, and good night.